They say fame changes people, but they never warn you how quickly it can strip you bare. I was just 14, and I had the kind of life most teenagers could only dream of. My YouTube channel was exploding, not just growing, but detonating in the algorithm. I had over 2 million subscribers, more money flooding in every month than most adults I knew made in a year. Some months I cleared over $50,000. And yet, I didn't grow up rich. We weren't poor either, but money had always been a stressor in my family. Suddenly, I was the one lifting that weight, or at least I thought I was. My channel revolved around video games, but by then, I wasn't just some kid uploading clips. I had fans, deep connections with other creators, a community that saw me as someone who mattered. For the first time in my life, I felt like I had a purpose. I was genuinely happy. But that's the side of the story people love to see. The part they don't talk about is what happens behind the camera when you're young, famous, and very, very vulnerable. Because I was underage, my mom insisted she'd handle all my earnings until I turned 18. She told me she was saving it and investing in my future. I trusted her completely. In reality, she gave me about $1,000 a month. A lot for a teenager, sure, but a fraction of what I was making. Instead of saving, she was spending. Furniture, trips, clothes, home renovations, all funded by my grind. Still, I kept going. The channel gave me meaning. Until I turned 15, when the darker side of online fame caught up to me. The hate, the criticism, the pressure to always be on. It all grew faster than I could process. My mental health shattered. I developed anorexia and had to be hospitalized. There's no handbook for being a teenage internet star, no safety net, no HR department for burnout. Eventually, I disappeared, stopped posting, stopped interacting. The algorithm moved on, my audience moved on. Nearly a year later, I thought I was ready to return. I had ideas, I wanted to rebuild, but I made a stupid choice. I downloaded pirated Adobe software from a shady site. Within hours, I was hacked. The intruder posted graphic, disturbing content on my channel. YouTube banned me permanently. Years of work vanished overnight. Around the same time, I learned the truth. My mom had burned through nearly all of my earnings. After begging for over a year, I got what little was left, about $50,000, the equivalent of a single peak month. I was too emotionally exhausted to be angry. Then I blew it. Not instantly, but recklessly. A car, bad habits, addictions, anything to numb the shame of falling from everything at 14 to nothing at 19. A bipolar disorder diagnosis explained a lot, but didn't save me. I drank heavily, pushed away people who cared, destroyed friendships, and let my life dissolve into self-sabotage. Now, in my 20s, I'm broke, alone, and feel like I've already wasted my one shot. My mom still insists she did nothing wrong. She says I would have wasted the money anyway. Maybe she's right, maybe not. But I can't stop wondering how different things might have been if she'd helped me instead of helping herself. I think about the kid I used to be, staying up late, editing for hours, obsessed with thumbnails and retention rates. I was hungry back then. Not for money or fame, but for connection, for purpose. And for a while, I had it. Peaking young warps your sense of reality. Every job I've worked since feels meaningless. Every attempt to restart feels like a downgrade. It's hard to believe I haven't already done the best thing I'll ever do. But I'm not done. Not yet. I'm tired. Yes, I'm lost. But I'm still hoping there's a second act out there for me. Maybe life can still surprise me. Maybe I haven't wasted all my potential. If you've been in a hole and climbed out, I want to know how you did it. Because I'm still here. And even though I've seen the extreme highs and devastating lows, I have to believe there's still a way to make something of myself before the credits roll. To preface this story, I have to admit, I love driving. Taking long drives for hours with no destination, just me, my music, and the open road. Living in Nebraska, I often take back roads or lonely highways that cut through the countryside to small towns and eventually cities. I usually drive at night because there's far less traffic to worry about. It's been this way since I got my license, and I've never had any trouble or issues, but that's something I can no longer say. I'm a relatively small 22-year-old female, and as I mentioned, I often take these drives completely alone. They help me clear my head when I'm stressed, upset, or overwhelmed. When I lived with my parents, I used these drives to escape the toxicity of their alcoholism. Now that I've moved out and am in a better mental place, I don't feel the urge to just get in my car and drive as much. But the night this happened, I was feeling overwhelmed and anxious with a cluster of personal problems I'd rather not get into. I was restless and irritable around my boyfriend and couldn't focus on anything else. So I decided to take a drive to clear my head. He was understanding, told me to be careful and not be gone too long since it was late. I agreed, kissed him goodbye, and left. I drove around the city for about 30 minutes, but I was still on edge about everything going on in my life. So I drove further north on those familiar, dark, winding one-lane highways. I kept the car steady at 65 miles per hour, taking turns slower in case a deer jumped out. I was just admiring the vast emptiness, snow-covered fields and barren trees. It honestly felt a bit creepy being all alone, no cars in sight, seemingly in the middle of nowhere. The few houses were miles back from the road, dark and lightless, and the dead cornfields were withered and covered in snow. It was like something out of a horror movie, and I half expected to see a ghost pop up in my rearview mirror or someone climbing out from the patches of trees on the horizon. The only light came from my headlights, and even then I strained to see through the inky darkness of the night. By now, it was just after midnight, and I told myself once I reached the familiar roundabout, where I could head to a small town or back toward the city, I would go home. That roundabout was still maybe 15 to 20 minutes away, and besides my imagination picturing the worst, I wasn't really concerned. I was alone, no other motorists to worry about. Wrong. As I rounded another bend, I noticed a vehicle with its hazards flashing about a quarter mile ahead. It was some kind of dark-colored sedan, angled so only part of it was on the shoulder, while the rest jutted into the road, like whoever was driving had to pull over in a hurry but didn't quite manage. The driver's door was flung wide open. As I slowed and angled toward the opposite side to pass, I noticed what looked like blood on the inside of the door. There was no one on the road or in the car, and I was the only motorist in sight. Cell reception here was spotty at best, often non-existent, and sure enough, when I glanced at my phone, I had no bars. Here I was, a lone female on a deserted road at night, pulling up near a vacant vehicle that looked like someone had been attacked inside, all with no cell service. I'm no fool. I've watched countless episodes of Investigation Discovery and Criminal Minds, and read far too many true crime books to know this spelled danger. But a small part of me worried something terrible had happened to whoever was in that vehicle, and I thought I needed to help. These roads don't get much traffic late at night, and temperatures were well below freezing. If someone was hurt or in trouble, there was no one else to help but me. Still, I exercised caution. I kept driving, though slower. As I approached the car, I rolled down my passenger window a bit, shut off the music, and called out, "Hey, anyone there? Are you okay?" No response. I worried the person might be unconscious somewhere, but I wasn't about to get out and search. I told myself I'd call out one last time, and if I didn't hear anything, I'd leave and call for help as soon as I got reception. So again I shouted, "Hey, what happened? Are you all right?" There was silence for a beat,
Then, rustling in the shadows of the trees, followed by a gruff voice saying, "Yeah." Relief washed over me, and I was about to respond or maybe even stop and get out when I noticed three things nearly simultaneously. As I inched past the front of the sedan, I saw there was no damage to the hood or anywhere else on the car, which was strange given the blood on the door. Then, in my rearview mirror, I caught a glimpse of someone coming out from behind the sedan, heading straight toward my car at speed. The person had no blood on them, nor any signs of injury. They wore a mask, not a face mask or ski mask, but one of those creepy masks from the Purge movies. In their hand was something long and shaped like a tire iron or crowbar. You don't need me to tell you what happened next. I slammed on the gas and drove like hell. My heart thundered in my chest, my entire body shaking. The window was still down, music off, so I could clearly hear a man shouting at me, though I couldn't understand what he was saying. All I knew was I had to get out of there immediately. I stole one last look in my rearview mirror to see if they were getting into the car to follow me or had stopped. The man with the weapon stood in the middle of the road watching me. Just before I looked away, a second man emerged from the trees, also wearing one of those terrifying masks. I probably broke every speed law that night, desperate to get as far away as possible. When I reached the roundabout, I turned toward town and parked in a Walmart lot, where thankfully some workers were still closing up shop. There I completely broke down, sobbing hysterically until I could pull myself together. I called a friend who's a police officer, told him what happened, and asked what to do. He was concerned, asked if I was safe, if I was being followed. Since it was outside city limits, he couldn't do much himself, but he contacted local police and the sheriff's department, who said they'd take my statement and check the area. While waiting for them, I called my boyfriend through sobs and panic, told him what happened. He was understandably freaked out and wanted me to come home immediately or to come get me himself. I told him the police were on their way and I was okay. I stayed on the phone with them until I saw the familiar blue and red lights in my rearview mirror. I gave the police my statement, and they assured me they'd return to the spot to look for those men. Without dashcam footage or a description beyond a dark-colored car and two masked men, I wasn't hopeful.
I'm going to start this with a trigger warning. This story involves violence, drug use, and even some animal abuse. So don't say I didn't warn you. I've been needing to get this off my chest for a long time. What happened between October 2017 and early 2019 has weighed heavily on me. First, a little backstory to give some context. I graduated high school in 2016. At the time, I wasn't working, not because I wasn't trying, but because nothing really panned out. I had a few interviews, but they led nowhere. Honestly, I was too anxious to apply anywhere, even local supermarkets, since most of the people who bullied me in school worked there. The thought of seeing them every day made me shut down. So I stuck close to the few friends I had. I wasn't very social in school. I put most of my energy into a long-term relationship. When we broke up near graduation, I realized I didn't really have anyone left, except one person, Sam. Sam was my best friend throughout school. He had a good job, a supportive family, money, and a decent group of friends. My parents liked him and thought he was a good influence on me. He didn't drink or do drugs, and I really looked up to him. So when Sam asked me to move in with him, I didn't hesitate. He found a rental through a family friend, a small real estate agency. It was overpriced and run down, but we didn't know better. Our parents were eager to have us out of the house. His family figured he was doing well enough to live independently, and my stepdad was tired of supporting me while I wasn't working.
We ended up moving in with one of Sam's childhood friends. Let's call him Blake. I'd never met Blake before, and he was hardly around because he worked a lot and spent most weekends dirt biking. Things were fine for a while until the first major blow-up. One night, Blake came home around 2:30 a.m. to find two random teenagers hooking up on his bed. Apparently, Sam had let them stay without telling Blake. Blake packed up and left the next day, and as far as I know, Sam and Blake never spoke again. Now on to the real story. By February 2018, I'd finally gotten a job through my dad and was enjoying the routine of working and being out of the house. But Sam started acting off. He wasn't leaving for work before me like he used to. He was moody, snappy, and would leave at all hours without saying where he was going. I'm nobody's parent, but it would have been nice to know. Turns out he was cheating on his girlfriend with a girl from our high school. Around this time, when Sam was in a bad mood, he'd start making threats, saying he'd throw all my stuff out if I didn't do exactly what he asked, clean the house, run errands, whatever he felt like. I didn't own much, just a mattress and my desktop, but I never pushed back. I kept my head down. Things got weirder. He started stealing my clothes, even though they didn't fit, then handed me his shirts like some weird exchange. It was like he needed to control even the littlest things. He stopped cooking, lived off fast food, using a gas credit card his dad gave him. 2 meals a day until his dad cut him off. Then it was McDonald's and iced coffee every night. At first, I figured whatever he did wasn't my business, but when he couldn't pay rent or bills and asked me to cover, I refused. He guilt-tripped me and blocked my room. I was anxious from how angry and aggressive he'd become, so I gave in a lot, and it hurt me financially. Eventually, Sam stopped working altogether. One day, he told me work let him go early and they'd call if they needed him. I told him that's not how jobs work, and we argued. It took him 10 weeks to call back, only to find out they'd marked him as having abandoned the position. Despite all this, I tried to support him like he'd supported me during my rough patch. But instead of appreciation, he lashed out, yelling, telling me I had a problem with always being right in the most venomous way. With all his free time, he invited that girl from high school over constantly. Told me to keep it secret from his girlfriend, but I couldn't. I hardly saw the girl myself, but did my best to avoid the house. Later, I found out she was there nearly every day, sometimes multiple times. That's when Sam started bringing pets in. His family gave him a bird, he bought a dog named Sparta, then a kitten for that girl named Skittles. The kitten eventually ran away, so he bought another with the same name. What he did to that kitten still makes me sick. When the girl or I weren't home, he locked the cat in the closet and only fed it when he remembered. I tried feeding her when he wasn't around, but one day he caught me. He slammed me into the wall, screamed that I was poisoning his animals, and hit me hard before walking off. Another day, the bird was gone. Sam wasn't home, but later he told me the bird had fallen in its cage and broken its neck. That was the first time I truly panicked. This wasn't just someone sad or struggling, something was very wrong. Later that night, Sam came home carrying a shoebox. I thought he was finally going to bury the bird. But it wasn't the bird inside, it was the kitten. According to Sam, she broke her neck jumping around in the closet. I'll never forget how he said it. No sadness, no anger, just emptiness. He locked himself in his room, and I didn't see him for nearly a week. Then came the final straw. One late night after working overtime, I came home to find Sam and that girl doing coke in the living room. I didn't say a word. I couldn't. By then, Sam was unrecognizable.
Over 6 months, he screamed at me, stole from me, assaulted me, and made me feel like everything bad, including the deaths of the bird and cat, was my fault. That night, I heard him bragging, lying, mocking me, using every bit of high school nostalgia to impress the girl. The next day, I told Sam's girlfriend everything. I took Sparta because he was malnourished and abused, even though I'd been secretly feeding him. I contacted the SPCA, sent photos of the house, and reported the abuse. I timed it with a scheduled house inspection so someone else would be there if Sam lost it. I thought it was a solid plan. That day, a car pulled up in front of the house. I immediately thought it was the landlord. But it wasn't. As I stepped out into the hallway, I came face to face with Sam, shirtless, reeking of weed and alcohol, holding a long kitchen knife. He slammed me against the wall, screaming. I shook and couldn't get words out. When I told him where I took Sparta, he screamed, choked me, and ran the flat side of the knife down my arm. Everything blurred. I started to black out. He screamed that I betrayed him, that it was my fault his girlfriend left him. He pressed the knife near my neck. I whispered, "My friends can hear you." He hesitated, then let go. I ran to my car and didn't look back. I spent a few days at my parents' place, too scared to explain. They called me jumpy. I said I just missed them. Sam messaged me asking to talk. I agreed. We met in public. He said he was moving back with his parents because he couldn't support himself and the house had too many bad memories. That was August 2018. I haven't seen him since. After I told mutual friends what happened, people from our old school cut ties with him completely. I filed a police report, but didn't press charges, couldn't afford it. At least our last incident was documented. After he left, I moved back into the house alone. He left everything except his PS4, headphones, and TV. I was living alone where my best friend almost killed me. I stopped talking to friends. Nightmares began. The aftermath through late 2018 and early 2019 was just as dark, maybe darker. Isolation, guilt over the animals, trauma from everything I saw, it stayed with me. I still have photos of the house and Sparta. I can share them if anyone doubts. In late 2019, I met my current girlfriend. She's incredible. We just bought a house and are moving in 2 weeks. Right now, we're staying with my parents, but the move has brought back all these memories. I haven't seen Sam in over 6 years, but I'm still scared of him, still cautious. Telling this story feels like a step forward, like I'm finally closing that dark chapter of my life. I was only 20 when I stepped into what I thought would be an easy, heartwarming job, caring for a sweet baby boy. Back then, I imagined sunny mornings, light conversations with his mom, and a peaceful routine. I had no idea that behind the quiet walls of that house, there was a story I was never meant to uncover, one that would change the way I saw people forever. At first, I noticed little oddities. The mother would vanish for hours, either locking herself away in the guest room or going on long runs. Some mornings, she'd simply drift through the house as if I were invisible. No greetings, no small talk, no updates about her child's night. I told myself not to overthink it, but the silence felt heavy, almost unnatural. One morning stands out in my memory. The baby was asleep, and we ended up in the living room together. I sat studying my school notes. She sat just a few feet away, eating McDonald's and watching morning TV. For 2 hours, we didn't exchange a single word. The quiet wasn't peaceful, it was suffocating. I felt like a stranger, trespassing in her home, despite being hired to be there. At 20, I didn't understand. I assumed she was cold, maybe selfish. I didn't have children of my own, nor much experience with new mothers. But the gnawing sense that something was deeply wrong wouldn't leave me. And then, one day, she went out, and curiosity got the better of me.
I wish I could say I resisted, but I didn't. I snooped. Not with a clear purpose, just an unshakable urge to understand the strangeness. That's when I found it, her journal. It wasn't locked away, but it wasn't exactly out in the open either. I stared at it for what felt like forever, torn between respecting her privacy and giving in to the whisper in my head telling me to open it. The whisper won. What I read wasn't scandalous. It wasn't some dramatic secret. It was much worse. Page after page bled with loneliness, hopelessness, and grief. She wrote about a marriage crumbling, about feeling trapped inside herself, about losing pieces of her identity she didn't know how to recover. She wrote about postpartum depression, raw, unfiltered, and painfully real. In that moment, everything shifted. She wasn't ignoring me because she disliked me. She wasn't cold because she was cruel. She was broken, quietly, invisibly. And I had been judging her without ever once considering what she might be going through. The guilt of reading her journal hit me hard, but it also cracked something open inside me. From that day forward, I approached her differently. I didn't push conversations or expect her to pretend. I just showed up, cared for her baby with as much love as I could give, and let her be. Over the next 3 years, we grew closer, slowly, almost imperceptibly at first. She began opening up. I think she could feel the change in me, even if she never knew why it happened. By the time our working relationship ended, we had built a quiet trust I never could have imagined in that first silent year. It's been over 15 years now, but I still carry the guilt of crossing that boundary. I will never justify it. I shouldn't have done it. But I also know that younger me was trying, in her clumsy way, to understand something she'd never seen before. Now I've seen friends go through postpartum depression and anxiety. I recognize the loneliness, the suffocating expectations, the fear of asking for help. Back then, I just wanted her to act normal. Now I wish I could go back and simply sit with her in silence. No expectations, no pressure, just presence. People might think I'm a terrible person for reading her journal, and maybe they're right. But it taught me something I couldn't have learned otherwise. The people who seem the most distant are often the ones who are hurting the most. And if you notice in time, you can choose to show up differently, for them and for yourself. I don't know where she is now. We lost touch after I moved away. I only hope that life became lighter for her, that she found her way back to herself. And I hope she knew, even if I never said it back then, that I saw her. Maybe a little too late, but I saw her.
You might think you've heard some wild night shift in the ER stories before, but buckle up. This wasn't your usual chaotic night. No quirky drunk patient or funny misunderstanding. This was something straight out of a horror movie. The kind of thing that creeps back into my mind at 2 a.m. when I'm staring at the ceiling, trying not to remember the smell. It was just after 2 a.m., prime chaos hour. We'd already had our share of odd cases, including a man convinced that a mosquito bite would turn into dengue fever. We laughed it off. Then the ambulance doors flew open, and the air in the room shifted. They wheeled in a woman, mid-50s, morbidly obese, and I don't mean a few dozen extra pounds. Her body was so heavy and swollen that her limbs blurred into each other, skin folding in on itself. She was barely conscious, soaked in sweat, swaddled in what looked like every towel and bedsheet from her house. Behind her shuffled her husband, defensive from the start, insisting she walked just fine and had just slipped. Sir, there was no walking. She could hardly breathe. As we moved her into the trauma bay, it hit us. The smell. Not just body odor, not even the sharp sting of infection. This was thick, hot, putrid, mask-penetrating stench that made your stomach flip. We later learned that their cleaning routine was to wrap her in hot, wet towels daily. No soap, no rinsing, no drying, just mildew pressed against skin. 20 minutes later, her daughter stormed in, early 20s, same stubborn energy, same build. One glance, and she was arguing with us. "She's fine, she just needs rest. We'll take her to our usual hospital by taxi." A taxi? For a woman in septic shock? Her labs came back and the numbers were terrifying. White blood cell count, 32,000. Normal is 4,500 to 11,000. C-reactive protein, 280 milligrams per liter. Healthy is under 5. Lactate, 6.5 millimoles per liter. Normal is 0.5 to 2. A blaring siren for severe sepsis and organ failure. Creatinine, 3.1 milligrams per deciliter. Her kidneys were failing. Blood sugar, 389. Undiagnosed, uncontrolled diabetes. This wasn't exhaustion. This was her body shutting down. We kept her in, no option to leave. While prepping her for transfer to a hospital with an ICU, we had to clean her. And that's when this became something I will never unsee. It took 4 of us in full PPE. As we peeled back the damp towels, the stench intensified, thick and rotten. And then we saw them. Fungal colonies. Not yeast infection, not just skin irritation. Mushrooms, white, yellow, and black, growing in the folds of her skin. Thriving in darkness. One nurse gagged so hard she had to run out. We soaked gauze pads in antiseptic and began gently cleaning. That's when she started to scream. Not normal cries of pain, but guttural, animalistic howls. She twisted her head, cursing, her voice raw and broken, no longer human in its sound. It was horror, not just because of what we saw, but because we knew this wasn't just one bad day. This was years of neglect, years of silent suffering, years where the people who should have cared either didn't or refused to act. We transferred her. 2 days later, she died in the ICU from septic shock. It wasn't a surprise. Her body had been losing the fight for far too long. And the daughter? You could already see it. The same path, the same denial, the same refusal to face reality. Pride? Ignorance? Fear? Maybe all 3. Whatever it was, it had cost her mother her life. I still think about that night. The helplessness, the screams, the smell. Not because it was disgusting, but because it was so preventable. We weren't just fighting bacteria that night. We were fighting years of physical, emotional, and psychological damage. If there's anything I want people to take from this, it's this. Take care of yourself. Take care of the people you love. And when something is wrong, acknowledge it. Pretending it isn't happening won't save you. It will kill you slowly and leave those who care about you haunted by the things they couldn't fix in time. Stay healthy, drink water, and for the love of everything good, bathe.
16 years ago, when I was 15, my life split into a before and after, though it would take me years to realize it. At the time, 2 of my closest friends and their mother had moved into our house. They were in the middle of a brutal divorce and had nowhere else to go. My friends were 14 and 16, and at first it felt like a blessing, helping people we loved, having friends around all the time. The house felt warmer, more alive than it had in years. One night, I stayed over at another friend's house. Nothing unusual, just a regular night. But when I came back the next day, it was like a bomb had gone off in my absence. My mom was furious. She told me she had kicked our friends and their mother out, claiming that my 16-year-old friend had made a move on my dad. She said it so matter-of-factly, dripping with disgust and shame, shredding that girl's reputation in our kitchen without a second thought. I stood there frozen, trying to process it. I wanted to believe my mom, but even at 15, something inside me whispered that this wasn't the whole story. And like I had been taught my whole life, I buried that thought. But buried splinters still hurt when you press on them. For years, it gnawed at me. And in my early 20s, I decided I couldn't just wonder anymore. I needed to know. I tracked down my old friend. We hadn't spoken in years. I wasn't sure she'd even want to see me, but she agreed to meet. When she walked into the cafe, I saw it in her eyes. Not just pain, but the tension of someone holding their breath. She didn't waste time. She told me the truth. It wasn't her. It had never been her. It was my dad. That night, she and my dad had been drinking at our house. Her mom had gone to bed early. Mom, pregnant with my sister, was upstairs asleep. There was skinny dipping. Then they went upstairs, where my mom walked in and caught them. This wasn't a teenage girl seducing a grown man. This was the opposite, and it had broken her. She told me how he'd made it feel special, affectionate, like she mattered. It warped her sense of love and safety. She had spent years in therapy because of it, and less than 12 hours later, she, her sister, and her mother were thrown out onto the street. I apologized. I told her I'd stand by her if she ever wanted to take action. She thanked me, but I could see it. She had long ago decided justice wasn't coming. For a while, I buried it again. I don't know why. Maybe I was still that scared 15-year-old. Maybe pretending was easier. But now I'm in my 30s, and I'm a mother. And suddenly, the rage I pushed down for so long has come roaring back. I look at my daughter, so innocent, so trusting, and I think about what my father did to someone barely older than her. I think about how my mother lied to protect him, how she turned the victim into the villain. I think about how easily they let me believe the lie, and it makes me sick. I know if anything even remotely close to this happened to my child, there would be nothing, no law, no plea that could stop me from burning everything down for her. But my parents, they were masters at burying the truth, smiling through gritted teeth, pretending everything was fine. And the worst part? They still don't know that I know. If I brought it up, my mom would defend him again. She always has. She'd tell me the past is the past, that dragging it up would only hurt the family. Sometimes I wonder if my friend was really the only one, or just the only one my mom happened to catch. And if she was the only one, does it even matter? It still isn't forgivable. I've thought about telling my siblings, my extended family, but I know what would happen. They'd call me dramatic, twist the story, make it about my anger, not what he did. They've done it before. Every time I've spoken up about something ugly, they've shut me down and shut me out. So I carry it alone, a secret I never asked for, and a rage I can't put down. I'm sharing this here because I need it out of my body, even if it's just words on a screen. What would you do? Would you confront them and burn the fragile house of cards to the ground? Or would you stay silent for the sake of peace, knowing full well that this peace isn't real? I don't know. I just know I can't unknow it now, and I don't think I want to.
Before I begin, I want to say, yes, I made a lot of dumb decisions. Yes, I probably should have called the police. But back then, I was different. And this story is about what happened to me when I was just 15, living alone in a big 2-story house. What happened that night changed my understanding of safety and fear forever. Living alone, I often slept on the living room couch. It was convenient because I could hear everything going on, and it was centrally located, close to every exit. But one night exceeded all my fears. Around 2 a.m., I heard someone slowly and cautiously jiggling the front doorknob. At first, it was quiet, like they were afraid to be heard, but then their movements became more aggressive and irritated. They didn't open the door, but didn't stop trying. After several minutes of this torment, the intruder moved to the back door and repeated the same. I didn't call the police. I was scared I'd be taken away since I was a minor living alone. Eventually, it stopped, but I couldn't sleep all night, waiting for another attempt. A few days passed, and one morning I woke up to the sound of heavy doors opening upstairs. The house was dark, and I was groggy, unsure if it was a dream or reality. Then I heard the creak of bed springs, as if someone had sat down or shifted weight. Exhausted, I almost fell back asleep until I felt a presence, the chilling sensation that someone was watching me from the shadows of the stairs. I saw the silhouette of a long-haired man crouched over, staring straight at me from halfway down the stairwell. I slowly grabbed a metal baseball bat, and he stood up, quietly backing away up the stairs, as if to tell me, this is not over. The next evening, when my girlfriend came over, she noticed the window in that room with the creaky door was wide open. We checked the house, but found nothing. We closed and locked the window. I assumed it was some homeless person who thought the house was abandoned. But when that same door opened again that night, I knew it was real. They knew I was here. I wasn't going to hide anymore. I turned on all the lights, took my bat, and searched every room. Found nothing. Then the cold dread hit me. I hadn't checked under the beds. The thought that someone could have been hiding there all along, watching me, makes my blood run cold to this day. So, whoever you are, the one who watched me sleep from the stairs, returned the next night, and likely hid beneath my bed, this wasn't just scary. It was downright creepy, not cool. Sometimes, life throws people at you that you want to forget, but they linger like a nightmare. This is my story from college, an experience that forever changed how I see danger in everyday situations. I was a transfer student, 21 years old, and moved into a student housing reserved for people 21 and older. The campus was in northern Michigan, and when I arrived, it was eerily quiet, almost deserted. I mostly kept to myself, except for a few acquaintances, particularly one guy, Khalil, an exchange student from Lebanon. His English was rough, but he seemed nice enough. One evening, after a mandatory meeting, Khalil suddenly blocked my way, pressing his arm against the wall, so I was effectively cornered. I felt uncomfortable, even a little scared. He oddly invited me to dinner, supposedly friendly, but his words made it feel like I had no choice. My mind was a mess. I dreaded confrontation and was way too polite, maybe even foolish. So we got into a taxi together, my anxiety growing by the minute. Khalil fired off questions about everything: my age, dating history, preferences in men, religion, family. At the restaurant, he refused to eat, saying he just wanted to watch me eat. It was creepy. As I hurried through my salad, he rambled about his anger issues and how he wanted a submissive wife to calm him down. The red flags were blinding, and I knew I had to get away. After dinner, I rushed back to my dorm, trying to forget the night. But at around 1 a.m., there was a pounding at my door. Not polite knocking, but frantic banging. I peeked out and saw Khalil. Fear gripped me. He stood in the dark hallway, with empty rooms around and woods just beyond the parking lot outside. He growled, saying he'd wait for me. Terrified, I stayed quiet, knowing confrontation wouldn't help. I clung to Netflix until I finally fell asleep. The next morning, I found several handwritten pages taped to my door, declarations of his feelings and intentions to make me his wife. I reported everything to my resident advisor, who confronted Khalil, but he didn't stop. For days, I was trapped inside my own room, hiding from this obsessed stranger. Then classes started, and Khalil vanished, apparently dropped out and returned to Lebanon. Had he come here just to find a wife? I may never know, and perhaps that's the safest answer. They say revenge often starts as a small seed, a moment of irritation that quietly takes root. You think you can ignore it, that it will fade away, but sometimes that seed grows into something darker, something you can't take back. My story begins with something as ridiculous as a bottle of shampoo, and ends with a secret I've been carrying for over 15 years. I know we all have those moments, the ones where little annoyances slowly build until they boil over into something we wish we could undo. Usually it's something minor, a misplaced phone charger, someone eating your last slice of pizza, or a sibling borrowing your clothes without asking. But sometimes those annoyances fester into something more, something that makes it dangerously easy to imagine getting back at them, even if it means crossing a line. For me, it was my brother and his relentless theft of my high-end shampoo. I know, it sounds petty, but you have to understand. At the time, I was 15, fresh from getting my first job, finally able to spoil myself. I bought the clothes I wanted, new shoes, and, for the first time in my life, salon-grade beauty products. It felt like a small victory, finally affording the things I once thought were out of reach. And then came my brother, the kind of person who thought nothing of using other people's things. He didn't ask, he didn't care. My expensive shampoo, the one thing I was genuinely proud of, kept disappearing. I'd come home after a long day, ready for a relaxing shower, only to find an empty bottle sitting in its place. My frustration grew with each theft. I complained to my parents, but they just told me to share. They didn't get it. That's when the idea of revenge started creeping in. At first, I thought about hiding the shampoo, but that felt too easy. I wanted something that would make him regret touching my stuff. Then it hit me. Hair removal cream. I'd never used it before, but I'd seen it in stores. It seemed harmless enough, no real danger, just temporary baldness. One afternoon, when he wasn't home, I bought a small bottle, mixed it into my shampoo, and made sure it looked, smelled, and felt the same. For good measure, I even warned him not to touch it. Of course, he ignored me. A few days later, I noticed it before he did. His hair was thinning. At first, just barely. Then came the bald patches. Watching him brush his hair in the mirror, oblivious to what was happening, I felt a wave of regret I hadn't expected. This wasn't as funny as I thought it would be. My prank had crossed a line. Eventually, our mom took him to the doctor. The diagnosis? Alopecia, a condition where hair falls out in small patches. Hearing it spoken aloud hit me like a brick. I kept my mouth shut, terrified of admitting the truth. He was given a special medicated shampoo with a horrible smell, but used it religiously, convinced it was the only thing keeping his hair from falling out completely. I thought the hair loss would be temporary. It was.
But the diagnosis stuck. For over 15 years, my brother has continued using that special shampoo, talking about his condition as though it were just another part of his life. And every time he mentions it, I feel the same crushing guilt. I've thought about telling him the truth, about how it wasn't an autoimmune condition, but a petty act of teenage revenge. But I never have. It's been too long. And every time I see him, I remember that one stupid decision that changed the way he's seen himself for more than half his life. Closing with lingering tension. Some secrets are heavy because of what they hide. Mine is heavy because of what it changed. And the worst part? He still has no idea.
Some encounters from our past never really fade. They just lurk in the shadows of our memory, waiting for the right moment to send a chill down our spine. This is one of those encounters. I'm a woman, nearly 30 now, but this story begins when I was only 16. Back then, I spent countless hours on TinyChat, mostly hanging out in a chat room dedicated to AMWF relationships. That's Asian man, white female. I was a regular there, and being who I was, I got plenty of attention. I enjoyed it. One of the people I met was a 26-year-old man. At the time, I truly believed he was my friend, not some creep. We'd Skype occasionally, and he would share some bizarre personal stories. One time, he told me he had paid a struggling single mother a few $100s to perform an enema on camera for him. According to him, she took the money, blocked him instantly, and he was upset because he thought he was just helping her out. I brushed it off, thinking it was just a weird, dark joke. About a month later, during an evening of underage drinking, I was Skyping with him and casually complaining about being broke. That's when his tone shifted. He made me a proposition I will never forget. He offered me $120 to stick baby carrots in my butt on camera. I immediately declined, but he countered, $160 if I did it twice a month. Again, I told him to keep his kink to himself. But he kept trying. That's when I messaged some friends from 4chan in another chat window, telling them about Carrot Guy and asking if anyone wanted to help me mess with him. Eventually, I told him I'd do it and asked when he wanted it. His reply? Right now. I was caught off guard, especially since he was at work in his cubicle. He said he'd go to the parking garage. I went to my kitchen and realized we only had regular carrots, so I started carving them down to baby carrot size, while he watched over Skype, instructing me on how big they should be. He kept insisting on bigger sizes, until they were about 3 times larger than an actual baby carrot. Just as I was finishing, I heard a sound near my bedroom door and panicked, hanging up. I jumped back into my 4chan chat and told them Project Butt Carrot was a go. One friend immediately called Carrot Guy, pretending to be my furious father. He demanded to know if Carrot Guy realized what he was doing and that it could land him in prison. Carrot Guy sounded terrified, apologizing over and over. Then my dad told him to send $500 to my PayPal, or he'd call the cops. Without hesitation, Carrot Guy paid. That Christmas, I bought gifts for all my friends. I never spoke to him again, and I didn't eat carrots for a long time. Years later, at 22, I moved to the same large city where he lived. One day, I was walking down the street when I saw a face I instantly recognized. My stomach dropped. It was him, the carrot guy. I had to do a double take. He didn't recognize me. I'd changed a lot since I was 16. Still, I kept looking over my shoulder the rest of the day. I want to say I have no regrets, but I do. One is that I didn't ask for more money. He had a good job and could have afforded it. The other is that I didn't go straight to the authorities. I sometimes wonder if he ever stopped, or if he went on to target other girls my age. Looking back, I realized $500 was nothing compared to the seriousness of what he did. I also understand now that extorting him for money was wrong. But at 16, I thought I was just handling the situation. I didn't want to ruin his life. He'd spent a year painting himself as a lonely, misunderstood person, and I foolishly believed him. If I could go back, I'd call the police immediately. I can't undo my decision, but I can still hope he learned a lesson, and that no other teenager ever had to meet the one and only carrot guy. They say revenge is never the answer, but sometimes it feels like the only answer. A few months ago, I, a 38-year-old man, filed for divorce after catching my then-wife, 32, tangled in an emotional affair with another man. I tried to stay civil for the sake of our kids. I really did. But recently, she began dating again. Not just dating, parading it in front of me. And this time, it was with a 21-year-old. She wouldn't stop gushing about him, every little thing he did for her, as if she wanted me to hear it. It wasn't just disrespect. It was like she had zero remorse for what she had done to destroy our marriage. So I thought, fine, if she could ruin something good, maybe I could ruin something for her. It was almost too easy. I made a fake social media profile with pictures of some random pretty girl, sorry to whoever she is, built it up so it looked legit, then added my ex-wife's new boy toy. I played the part well, friendly messages, a little flirty banter. Within 2 weeks, he was openly suggesting we meet for sex. I set a date, a time, and a hotel. No intention of actually meeting him. I just wanted proof. The day came. I parked outside the hotel, camera ready. He showed up, right on time, looking eager and stupid. I got my photos, waited, and watched him pace like a trapped animal. Then came the frantic messages to my fake profile. Where was I? Why was I ghosting him? The insults got creative. Eventually, he left. I saved everything, the messages, the photos, the proof, and sent it all to my ex-wife from the fake account. The explosion was immediate. She cursed me out, swore I was lying, swore her boyfriend would never do that. I laughed so hard I nearly cried. I blocked her and waited. 2 days of silence, unusual for her. Then her Facebook started filling up with cringe posts about how no man is faithful and all I need is my kids. The irony? She still hadn't visited or even texted about them. When she finally showed up, she looked wrecked. And for a second, I almost felt guilty. Almost. She told me some girl had sent proof her boyfriend tried to cheat. She confronted him. He denied it, until she showed him the screenshots. Then he had nothing left to say. She dumped him instantly and told all his friends and family what happened. Apparently, they're furious with him. Here's the twist I didn't expect. She apologized to me. Said she finally understood the pain she had caused. admitted she has a serious problem, a need for constant attention from anyone who'd give it to her. She's even talking about seeing a counselor. Was what I did wrong? Sure. Petty? Absolutely. Do I regret it? Only a little, because I used someone else's pictures. But in the process, I exposed a cheater and forced my ex to face something she had ignored for years. Will I get back with her if she changes? Not a chance. The fake profile is gone, the messages deleted, and I'll never do anything like that again. It made me feel dirty, but also free. The funny thing, I started this wanting revenge. Somehow, I ended up giving her a mirror, and she, finally, didn't like what she saw.
I don't know if this is the right place to share this, but I can't carry it alone anymore. 2 years ago, my world shattered, and since then, I've been watching the pieces crumble further, powerless to stop it. First, my 15-year-old daughter. She had a fast, aggressive cancer, and she chose not to pursue treatment. 4 months later, she was gone. Watching her fade, my sweet, kind girl broke something in me I don't think will ever fully heal. My husband reacted differently. He drowned himself in alcohol and pills, Xanax, Tramadol, whatever he could get. I slipped into depression, isolating from the world, barely functioning. My son was hurting too, but I couldn't be there for him in the way he needed. Within months, my husband was drinking a $20 bottle of vodka daily, sometimes more. He'd vanish for nights at a time. I tried, half-heartedly, to reach him. My son tried harder, but the spiral was unstoppable. One morning, we found him in our basement bathroom, dead. A toxic mix of alcohol and pills had finally taken him. 4 months after my daughter, my husband was gone too. I wish I could say I woke up after that. In truth, I did, briefly, but the weight of grief dragged me back under. My son, barely holding on himself, slipped further. His grades collapsed. Rejections from almost every college he applied to piled up. He gained over 100 pounds in a year. We lived in the same house, but in separate worlds. Me in my bed, him behind his closed door. Then he tried to end his life. He jumped from a nearby bridge. By some miracle, he survived. Only a broken foot and minor injuries. But I saw the drop. He shouldn't have lived. Since that day, guilt has consumed me. I failed him. I failed my husband too. I shut myself away when they needed me the most. I told myself it was grief, but deep down, I know I abandoned them emotionally. I didn't push my husband to get sober. I didn't pull my son close when I saw him slipping away. Losing my daughter was beyond my control, but losing my husband, almost losing my son, I can't stop thinking that my absence helped make those choices possible. Now, my son barely talks to me. I try to reach out, but maybe it's too late. Maybe he's already made up his mind. I don't know what he'll do when his foot heals, and I'm terrified of finding out. The only difference now is that I'm awake. I'm not that numb, half-alive person I was for the past 2 years. I see everything. The danger, the distance, the damage, and it's eating me alive. I just don't know if awareness alone is enough to save him, or
if I've already run out of time?
Sometimes, the greatest fears don't lurk in dark alleys or scary legends, but right beside us, in what we call family. Here's my story, which started with a simple childhood letter, but quickly turned into a mystery that haunted me for years. When I was 10, I received a letter in the mail. Just getting mail was exciting. What 10-year-old doesn't love finding something in their mailbox? But when I opened the envelope, I was confused and uneasy. Inside was a drawing I had made at school, a flamingo dancer, which I clearly remembered throwing away because I didn't like how it turned out. At the bottom of the drawing was a single sentence, neatly written, "You're a talented little girl." I was young, naive, and honestly a little flattered. I showed it to my mom, who looked more than just a little concerned. She called my teacher, but the teacher had no idea what she was talking about. That was the first time I saw my mom genuinely unsettled, though she tried to hide it from me. A few weeks later, when I was home alone, something that almost never happened, I noticed the doorknob twisting, like someone was trying to get in. The door didn't budge. Only someone with a key could have opened it. Then a letter was slipped under the door. I didn't touch it. When my dad came home, he opened it. It was a note saying someone wanted to gift me a new tennis racket because I was so good at the game. No name, no return address, no signature, just that. At first, my parents thought it was a late birthday message from a friend or coworker, but no one claimed it. Then the letters kept coming, praising me for finishing a book I was reading, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, expressing pride in me. All the notes were vague but oddly personal, always encouraging, and always anonymous. There were about 5 in total over 3 months. On the surface, they seemed kind, but the way they appeared felt off, even to 10-year-old me. Around this time, I got my first cell phone because my parents couldn't always be at my tennis tournaments. That's when the calls started. Sometimes just static, other times heavy breathing, or a low, slow laugh, or a voice repeating "hi" over and over. I blocked the numbers, but they always came back. Different numbers, but the same area code. My parents were alarmed enough to pull me out of tournaments. They hired a guard outside our home and started calling me constantly. If I didn't answer, someone was sent to check on me personally. Then they noticed a small hatchback circling our house every morning around 5 a.m. It was my dad who spotted it, as he was getting ready for work. I have no idea why he didn't note the license plate. That's when they contacted the police. Unfortunately, this was in India, and at the time, anti-stalking laws were almost non-existent. Nothing came of the report. My brother and I were put on high alert. A second full-time guard was hired, cameras installed, and my dad spoke to neighbors to keep watch. When our landlines started receiving similar calls, more static, more breathing, my dad answered one day and calmly asked the caller to stop. The man let out a high-pitched screech before hanging up. That was it. My dad decided to end it. He sent the letters for fingerprint analysis at a private lab. They found several prints on the paper. My dad, who oversaw police administration in our city, quietly ran them through the system. The prints matched someone we knew. Not a stranger, not a coworker, not a neighbor. They belonged to my aunt's husband, my mother's sister's husband. They had been married years before in a traditional arranged marriage. He was a diagnosed schizophrenic, something I only learned after I turned 18.
Back then, mental illness in India was whispered about behind closed doors. His symptoms began after the wedding. Though they had a child, tension was always high. The family felt duped by his parents, who hadn't disclosed his illness. When his behavior became violent, shouting, unpredictable outbursts, hitting, they even considered abandoning him on the street. Horrifying as it sounds, that was the norm in some places. But my mother, who worked with homeless and mentally ill populations, intervened. She got him treatment and medication. Things stabilized. By the time I was born, he was considered fine. Growing up, I always felt uneasy around him. He smiled too much, not warmly, but with a distant, unfocused grin. It was a side effect of his meds, but as a kid, I felt guilty for being creeped out by someone who'd never hurt me. I told myself I was being unfair, except I wasn't. The year I turned 10, he stopped taking his meds. No one noticed at first, but that's when his obsession with me began. He had access to family photos, knew our address, could ask casual questions without suspicion. Yes, he followed me, rifled through my school trash, drove by our house at dawn, all while telling his wife he was at the gym. I only learned all of this recently. Back then, all I knew was my parents suddenly became extremely strict. I thought it was annoying. I had no idea what they were protecting me from. My aunt told my parents that earlier that year, she had been in my uncle's office and found photos of me pinned inside his closet, mixed with family pictures of my brother and cousin. She didn't think it strange, just a proud uncle, she assumed. Here's the thing. I don't believe he was a predator. I think he was very, very sick and untreated. My father believes it was his twisted way of expressing pride or affection. I don't hate him, and neither do my parents. My aunt now makes sure he never misses his medication. They didn't divorce. He actually retired from his job this past April. My cousin, their daughter, has made peace with everything too. I still see him at family gatherings. He still makes lame dad jokes. People laugh, but I think they're mostly just being polite. Apparently, it's not just me he unsettles. Sometimes I try to take the mental illness into account, but you can't always control how you feel. I share this story because it's creepy, especially when you get some of the details. It's true, there are monsters in this world. Sometimes those monsters are in your own family. But sometimes that monster isn't really a monster. Sometimes they're just someone left untreated for far too long.
When I was 17, I moved from Europe to the US to attend a Catholic high school. Everything felt surreal, like I had stepped into a teen movie. Lockers, football games, loud cafeterias, even active shooter drills. Some things were fun, some strange, and some made no sense at all, but I loved every minute of it. I adapted quickly, and within a month, I had a solid group of friends. One of the biggest changes for me was how classes worked. Back home, we stayed in the same room all day while teachers rotated. In the US, we switched classrooms every hour. Chaotic at first, but eventually it grew on me. My favorite class was English, mostly because of my friends. That's also where I sat next to a guy named Mark. Quiet, a little awkward, but kind. Not outgoing, but people knew him. Early on, I noticed that Mark never looked anyone in the eye. His gaze darted around the room or dropped to the floor. I assumed it was just shyness, a quirk, not a red flag. About a month into the semester, things were going well. One morning in English, I asked if I could copy the end of homework I hadn't finished.
He handed it over without hesitation, we chatted briefly, and then class went on. That was the last time I saw him that week. The next day, Mark was absent. At first, no one thought much of it, but after a few days, rumors began to spread. The prevailing story was that Mark had gone home and found his mother dead. My stomach turned. He was such a quiet, nice person. I couldn't imagine the pain he must have been in. Then the rumors grew wilder. Some said she'd taken her own life, others that she had been murdered or attacked. People speculated with shocking casualness, gossiping as if it were nothing more than high school drama. I was furious at the disrespect. Eventually, Mark returned to school. Pale, distant, almost a shell of himself. Everyone tried to show support, but I wasn't good at that kind of thing. When I saw him in English, I simply put an arm around him. "Hey man, I heard. I'm really sorry." For the first time, he looked me in the eye. Something in that gaze gave me chills. It wasn't just grief. It was colder, hollow, something darker than I could understand. I told myself he was in shock, mourning in his own way. I gave him space. But then I started noticing a man hanging around the cafeteria during lunch. A friend said he was the husband of one of the counselors. Rumors spiraled further, and I snapped at people trying to spread them. Show some respect. Someone had died. A week later, everything changed. All seniors were called to the gym. The principal stood at the front, and beside him was the man I had seen in the cafeteria. But he wasn't a counselor's husband. He was a detective. He revealed the horrifying truth. Mark hadn't returned home to find his mother dead. He was the one responsible. One morning, she refused to give him the car keys. Mark snapped, strangled her, got dressed, packed his bag, and came to school. Sat next to me, let me copy my homework like it was any other day. After school, he calmly called the police. I felt my blood run cold. It wasn't just the murder, it was the casualness. The polite, quiet kid next to me had carried something so dark beneath the surface. The school brought in a grief counselor, but no one I knew ever spoke to him. We tried to move on, tried to pretend it was over, but I never forgot it. Late at night, I still think about that moment when Mark finally met my eyes. You never really know someone. The quietest, most unassuming person can be hiding a darkness you could never imagine. It's a chilling reminder. Appearances are fragile, and beneath the surface, people can carry secrets that change everything in an instant.
I'm about to share a story that happened to me and a friend roughly 8 years ago. Even though it was terrifying for me, I can hardly imagine the fear she must have felt once she fully realized everything that went down that night. To give you some context, I'm a guy in my late 20s, over 6 feet tall and around 200 pounds. I've always been a little too nice to my friends, often doing favors even when they seemed a bit ridiculous, as long as it wasn't too far out of my way. Most of the time it's just, "Hey, I'm drunk, can you give me a ride home?" Well, around 1:30 a.m., I got that exact call. My very, very drunk friend, Claire, was begging me to come pick her up. The bar she was at was closing, she was too intoxicated to drive, and she lived across town, about 35 to 45 minutes away. The bar itself was only 10-15 minutes from my house, so I owed her this one. By about 1:50 a.m., I grabbed my keys, slipped my concealed carry into my waistband, and left. I got to the bar a few minutes later and found her slumped on a bench outside. I hoped she wasn't passed out completely. The doorman pulled me aside, a serious look on his face, and whispered that he suspected she'd been drugged. She had been out on the porch drinking all night, and some guy had been hovering around her. Claire came over to me, dizzy and borderline sick, and I tried to reassure her. But she passed out almost immediately. I thanked the doorman profusely as he helped me carry her to my car. She was groggy, mumbling nonsense like someone waking from surgery, but I stayed vigilant, alert to the possibility that something more sinister had happened. Once she was secured in the car, I started driving her home, keeping a careful eye on both her and the road. She fell asleep, which gave me a little peace of mind. But halfway to her neighborhood, the fuel light popped on. I cursed the sports car's terrible gas mileage and pulled into a small, poorly lit gas station. As I pumped gas, I heard a metallic scraping sound and saw a man, only 10-20 feet away, dragging a long metal pipe. He wasn't looking at me directly, he seemed possessed, but I immediately sensed danger. Then he spoke. "Hey man, you took my girlfriend from me. I'm here to take her back." His bloodshot eyes locked onto mine, and he stepped toward me. I yelled, trying to scare him off. "Back the hell off, man! Turn around and leave, and no one has to get hurt." But he didn't stop. Almost instinctively, I drew my handgun and aimed at him. "Back off! You don't have to die tonight." My voice cracked from fear. Martial arts training can only do so much against a crazy guy with a pipe, and the adrenaline was overwhelming. The man threw the pipe at me, narrowly missing, and I dove behind my car for cover. By the time I peeked over the rear, he was gone. He ran to a car, slammed the door, and sped off. Heart pounding, I finished at the pump and tore out of there. Claire was still passed out, and I feared for her safety, convinced she had been roofied and that we'd been followed. I drove aggressively, constantly checking for any car behind us. When I reached her neighborhood, I circled a block a few times to be sure we weren't being followed. Once confident, I pulled up to her house, gently shook her awake, and helped her inside. She was groggy, tearful, and still processing the danger she had narrowly escaped. I laid her down in bed and left a note. "I'm in the next room. We're going to the hospital in the morning to get you checked out." The next morning, Claire was violently sick, but we got her to the hospital. Tests revealed traces of rohypnol in her system. It was terrifying to realize how close she had come to real danger. I still shudder to think what could have happened if I hadn't had my CCW with me that night. Claire barely remembers anything from that night except calling me and wanting to sit near the doorman. For anyone listening, my advice is simple. Always stick with friends you trust, or at the very least, remain vigilant if you're alone. That night could have ended badly in countless ways. Thankfully, we both made it out alive. In the days following, we reported the incident to the bar and gave as accurate a description of the man as we could. Claire decided against filing a police report, and I respected her choice. In my book, she had already been through far too much.
A little background first, because trust me, you'll want context for this story. I've always been a bigger girl, not extremely obese, but chunky enough that it's obvious. And no, it's not from overeating. I have polycystic ovarian syndrome, PCOS, which can make weight management nearly impossible due to my hormones being out of whack. With that comes insulin resistance, basically pre-diabetes. In my 20s, I've been taking a medication called metformin to manage it. It's not addictive, but I have to take it with my heaviest meals, usually lunch and dinner. On this particular Friday, November 2nd, my class got cancelled because my instructor was ill, giving me extra time before work. Normally, I'd grab a sandwich and coffee to go, but this time I decided to sit at the cafe and eat. I ordered my usual plain latte and a turkey bacon wrap, took a window seat to watch the bus stop, and put my earbuds in while zoning out to a podcast. After finishing my wrap, I fished out my pill bottle, popped my metformin, and washed it down with my latte. That's when he appeared. A tall, burly man, pale as a sheet, with a broom mustache, approached my table and motioned for me to take out my earbuds. Confused, I did. "Excuse me, miss, but what exactly are those?" he asked, pointing at my pills. I was confrontational by nature, especially when threatened. "That's none of your business," I said. In a blink, he opened his jacket, flashing what looked like a police badge. "I think it is my business. What are those narcotics?" My rational brain shut down. Shocked, I could only stammer, Before I could react, he grabbed my pill bottle. If you know anything about prescription labels, you know they have your full name on them. He now had my personal info in his pocket. "I'm confiscating these," he said. "Come with me downtown, or I'll place you under arrest." Half panicked, half stunned, I flatly said, "No." He pulled out real metal handcuffs and repeated his demand. My instincts finally kicked in. "I'm not using drugs, that's my medication," I yelled. He tried to grab my arm. I slammed myself against the window, shouting, "Give me back my medication. It's for diabetes, and it says so right on the bottle. Call backup." I grabbed my phone to dial 911. One of the baristas appeared, demanding, "What the hell are you doing?" The man panicked and ran. My bottle, my life-saving medication, was gone. The real cops arrived minutes later. Surveillance showed he had been sitting at the cafe for over an hour, but hadn't bothered anyone else, only me. I had to go to the station to file a report, confirming there were no undercover cops in the area that day. This was 100% a fake cop. I was furious and terrified. Human trafficking exists, and the thought of being alone with this man sent chills down my spine. I worried about my medication, my safety, and what he could do with my personal info. A week later, my pills were recovered a few blocks away, still half full. The police were treating it as attempted abduction. The man could have tampered with my medication, so the cops kept the bottle for evidence. Since then, I've been hyper-aware, even taking a longer bus route to avoid the creep. Finally, justice came. The fake cop was arrested after following another woman near the cafe. I went to a lineup and confirmed it was him. I'm pressing charges for attempted abduction and assault. While I still don't know his full motives, I can finally breathe easier and take my usual bus route again. The terrifying encounter is over, for now at least. But it reminded me how quickly everyday life can turn into a nightmare. I can hardly believe it myself when I say this story happened over 20 years ago, back when I was your typical angsty teenager, moody, angry at the world, and convinced I was invincible. Ironically, that exact attitude might be the only thing that saved my life. The guilt has never fully let go, and until now, I've never told this story in full. At the time, we lived in one of the nicer parts of the city, though that didn't mean much. Petty crimes and muggings were common, though to my knowledge, no one had died from them. At least not yet. I didn't follow the news, local or otherwise, and I could tell my mom was becoming increasingly anxious. I didn't care enough to ask why. Every week, it was the same routine. Lock the doors, don't walk alone, don't talk to strangers. Typical safety lectures. But at 16, being told to be careful felt like an insult. I didn't want warnings, I wanted freedom. Our first real fight about it happened when she told me I could no longer walk home from the train station. I was taking extracurricular classes downtown and rode the train to the very last stop, just 10 minutes from our apartment. I had been making that same walk since I was a kid, rain or shine, day or night, and always felt safe. I'd plug in my headphones, blast something loud and angry on my CD player, and walk home in a bubble of music and independence. We argued endlessly. I accused her of treating me like a child, of being controlling, of trying to steal my freedom. She tried to reason with me, but I wasn't listening. Eventually, we compromised. I could walk home as long as it was still light out. After dark, I'd call for a ride. Not ideal, but I agreed, just to end the conversation. Everything came to a head one rainy night when I was coming home later than intended. I don't remember exactly why I was so angry, only that every little thing that day felt like throwing gasoline on a fire. By the time my train pulled in, the sun was long gone over the horizon. The last thing I wanted to do was call my mom. I wasn't made of sugar, and I certainly wasn't going to back down. I got off the train, storming into the night, headphones on, fists clenched, just ready to be home. The route was well lit, except for one stretch. A bend in the road, bordered by overgrown hedges, part of an abandoned lot. No streetlights for about 100 feet. I barely registered where I was because I was lost in my own imaginary battles. Then someone jumped out from behind the bushes. A man, knife in hand. I remember the glint of it, the hood over his face, and that unmistakable stench of alcohol. I don't recall him saying anything. If he did, I didn't hear it. At that exact moment, my CD player slipped from my hands and smashed into the pavement. For those old enough to remember, it was a Sony Discman. Something inside me snapped. All the rage I'd carried that day exploded outward. I screamed, cursed, shoved him hard in the chest, yelling, "Are you kidding me right now?" over and over. I wasn't thinking about the knife. I was furious, furious at the world, at my shitty day, at him. I bent down to pick up the shattered pieces of my CD player, completely ignoring the danger staring me in the face. When I stood up, he was gone, just gone. Still fuming, I stomped the rest of the way home, clutching my broken Discman like it was the final straw on an already cursed day. I muttered under my breath, occasionally turning to shout, "Fuck you, man," into the darkness behind me. When I got home, my mom was livid I hadn't called. I didn't tell her everything. I was afraid she'd reference our earlier argument, and I didn't want her to win. The reality of what I survived didn't hit until later, in the shower, when the adrenaline drained and my body shook. Somehow, I cried harder for my Discman than for the fact that I could have died. A few days later, I overheard my mom on the phone.
Her voice was low, tense. A neighbor, someone I had gone to Sunday school with, had been found stabbed to death in the abandoned lot behind the hedges. The same place I had been confronted, same time of night. My mom whispered the words serial killer, describing a string of attacks targeting wealthier neighborhoods. I said nothing. I still haven't, but I think about that night more than I can count. Why did he run? Maybe he didn't expect me to fight back. Maybe I caught him off guard. Or maybe he realized I wasn't the easy target he was hoping for, the way he found my neighbor. Sometimes I think it was my anger that saved me. Other times I shudder at just how close I came to dying before I even realized I was in danger. That night changed me, not because of fear, but because of the thin line between life and death, the way a single decision, a moment of fury, can tip the scale. I've never been the same since, and I'll never forget how close I came to becoming a story in someone else's nightmare.
I've been carrying this story for years, unsure if I should ever share it. But sometimes silence feels heavier than words. The weight of a secret, especially one that involves a friend you loved and lost, can gnaw at you until it consumes everything. Tonight, I can't keep it inside anymore. Maybe by writing this, I'll finally breathe a little easier. Or maybe I'll just bleed on the page. Either way, I need to tell you about Austin. When I was in elementary school, I was that shy, studious kid everyone remembers. The one who always turned homework in on time, always raised his hand, and never broke the rules. I had friends, but I wasn't exactly the adventurous type. That all changed when I was paired with a boy I'll call Austin. From the start, you could tell Austin was different. Loud, disruptive, constantly pushing against authority. He was the type of kid teachers passed along just to avoid dealing with him another year. But I saw something in him, and maybe he saw something in me too, because against all odds, we became best friends. My other friends never liked him, but I didn't care. Austin made me laugh. He had this creativity, this energy that drew me in. We built forts, hopped fences, explored woods, and swam in lakes. He taught me courage, a freedom I didn't know I was missing. In return, I think I gave him something he desperately lacked: stability, a safe space, and someone who actually cared. But Austin carried shadows with him, shadows I didn't fully understand as a kid. He never let me come over to his house, dodging every excuse in the book, until finally, years later, he admitted the truth. His father was in prison. His mother was frighteningly young, only 24 when we were in 4th grade, and drowning in alcohol. She wasn't just neglectful. She was violent. I'll never forget the day Austin lifted his shirt and showed me a dark bruise on his stomach. That was the first time I understood what parental abuse looked like. He begged me not to tell anyone, and I didn't. I was terrified of losing him, of betraying his trust, so I stayed quiet. Looking back, I know that silence was cowardice. Despite everything, our friendship made a difference. His grades got better, he became less disruptive, and even our teacher pulled me aside to thank me for being such a positive influence on him. But the truth was, Austin was also saving me. Without him, I'd have stayed the quiet, rule-following nerd forever. With him, I learned rebellion, adventure, and the beauty of breaking free from fear. But those shadows never left him.
By 6th grade, Austin had started smoking and drinking, slipping further down a path I couldn't follow. Sometimes he'd show up with burns or black eyes. We didn't even talk about it anymore. It was like his pain became this silent ghost that haunted our friendship. Then, one day, he told me he was moving away. I didn't realize it then, but that goodbye would be the last time I ever saw him. He left with his abusive mother, and I let it happen. I didn't fight, I didn't tell, I just stood there and watched my best friend disappear. Years later, in college, I tried to find him. I searched social media, thinking maybe we could reconnect, but Austin was nowhere. Eventually, I stumbled across a news article, and my heart dropped. Austin had hanged himself when he was only 14. His mother was later imprisoned for child abuse. His goodbye note revealed the torment he had endured, scars and bruises that told the story his words couldn't. I was shattered. Austin, the boy who taught me courage, who gave me my first taste of freedom, was gone. And all I could think was, maybe if I had been braver, maybe if I had spoken up, maybe he would still be alive. I know I was just a kid. I know it wasn't my fault. But guilt doesn't play fair. It lingers like smoke, choking you when you least expect it. So, if you're reading this, take this from me. If you know someone is being abused, don't stay silent. Speak up. Do something, even if it feels impossible, because silence can kill. And to Austin, my best friend, my brother in spirit, I'm sorry. I wish I had done better. I wish I had saved you.
The guilt that never lets me sleep. Some stories rot inside you like an open wound. You try to move on. You try to bury them under success, distractions, or excuses, but they always come back. This is one of those stories, the one that keeps me awake at night. It's about my family, my stepbrother, and the choices I made that I can never undo. My parents divorced when I was around 9 or 10. My dad, a textbook narcissist, wasted no time moving on. Within months, he remarried a woman he met on MySpace, someone just like him. She quit her job the moment the wedding rings were on and entered our lives like a storm. From then on, my childhood became a rotating door of manipulation, screaming, and neglect. My father lied about everything, gaslit us constantly, and guilt-tripped us if we dared ask for anything. For a year, I slept in a bag on a cardboard box because he wouldn't even buy me a bed. My stepmother? She did nothing around the house, but the moment something wasn't perfect, she'd explode, screaming, berating, calling us worthless as we cleaned up her mess. She had a son my age. At first, we were wary of each other, but soon we became inseparable. Best friends, lifelines. We built impossible dreams about the future, swore we'd always protect each other, and tried to survive the chaos together. But as we grew older, cracks began to show. He was diagnosed as severely autistic, and later, symptoms of early-onset schizophrenia began to emerge. That house was unsafe for anyone, but for him, it was hell. My dad and stepmom responded not with compassion, but with tough love. which meant neglect, screaming, and pushing him out of the house as often as possible. One day, they managed to get him thrown into juvie over a minor trespassing charge, begging the judge to teach him a lesson. At the same time, my father began poisoning me with lies. He told me my stepbrother was broken, dangerous, a drug addict. And yes, he smoked weed, maybe tried acid once or twice, but he wasn't spiraling like that. Still, I believed him. I distanced myself from the only person who had ever stood by me. I abandoned him when he needed me most. Eventually, I cut my father and stepmother out of my life completely, after discovering my stepmom was physically abusing my younger brother, and my dad was covering it up. Once I escaped, things got better for me. I found coding, aced my classes, graduated near the top of my high school, and began building a future. But even as my life improved, guilt festered inside me. Then came the message. My stepbrother had just gotten out of juvenile detention and reached out to me on Facebook. He asked why I never visited him, why I left him alone when he was locked away. He said I was the only person who had ever cared about him, and then I just vanished. And I didn't reply. I was 17, with a job, a car, and college ahead of me. I could have said something, anything, but I didn't. I was too much of a coward. When he messaged again, his words were angrier. He said he hated me for abandoning him. And the worst part was, he was right. I left for a top state school, earned my degree in computer science, and landed a good job at a major tech company. Meanwhile, he spiraled. More drugs, more arrests, eventually homelessness. Last I heard, he was panhandling on the street. Sometimes the guilt hit so hard that I spend hours online trying to track him down, desperate to at least apologize. I never find him. So instead, I help the homeless whenever I can. Maybe it's selfish, maybe it's just my twisted way of paying off karmic debt. But part of me hopes that somewhere, someone is doing the same for him. Even now, I still scan faces on the street, half hoping to see him, half terrified of what I'll do if I actually do. I don't know if what I did or didn't do makes me a monster, but I live with it every day. I drink too much, I smoke until I can forget. When the guilt becomes unbearable, I press cigarettes into my thigh just to feel something else, just to remind myself I deserve it. Deep down, I'm convinced that one day the universe will catch up with me, drag me off this pedestal, and throw me back into the dirt where I belong. All I can say is this: if you know someone who's truly suffering, don't look away. Don't abandon them while you figure out your own survival. Because the guilt of silence never stops haunting you. It clings like smoke, like a ghost that never leaves.
There are certain secrets people carry like ghosts, silent, invisible, but heavy enough to drag you under if you let them. This is mine. I was a heroin addict in the Lower East Side of Manhattan during the 1990s. I was just a teenager, lost in the chaos of that world. Somehow, I clawed my way out and got clean by the age of 21 after years of abuse, pain, and near-death moments. At 26, I married the love of my life, an amazing, beautiful woman who knew about my past but never truly lived through that side of me. For years, heroin wasn't even a shadow on the wall anymore. Sure, I thought about it sometimes, but the idea of actually relapsing was laughable. I had my wife, my kids, a life worth living. I told myself heroin had lost its grip on me forever. I was wrong. 3 weeks ago, on my friend's birthday, everything unraveled. He's younger, still chasing nightlife, so we ended up at some sketchy bar in Bushwick. I drank more than I had in years, way too much. My tolerance was gone, my judgment blurred. That's when it happened. Outside the bar, a dealer, junkies hovering nearby. My mind went foggy, my body remembered what my soul had buried. I don't even recall the details, only the moment I followed them, left my friend behind, and ended up in some stranger's apartment. A needle, a rush I thought I'd buried a lifetime ago. I stayed there until noon the next day. 10 missed calls, panic clawed through me. I told my wife I had just gotten too drunk, that my phone had died, and I crashed at Charlie's. She laughed, teased me even. She's always said I can't handle liquor. She wasn't even in the city. She was at our summer house with the kids in Massachusetts. She never suspected a thing. But I knew, and those next 4 days alone were hell. Anxiety, nightmares. My brain kept firing off what I can only describe as mind zaps. Not quite withdrawals, not physical agony, but something worse. It was mental torture. The crushing thought that I had risked it all, my wife, my children, for one night, one shot. 4 times I left the house to find heroin again. 4 times I gave in to the pull. And 4 times, by sheer luck, or maybe grace, I didn't find a dealer. Each failed attempt brought me back from the edge, shaking and terrified of myself. Because the truth is, if I had found it, I would have done it again, without hesitation. And that shattered me. I had always believed I was strong, that I had beaten heroin. But in one drunken night, the illusion of my strength collapsed. I realized how fragile it all is, that heroin is stronger than me. It always was. But here's the difference. It isn't stronger than my family, my wife, my children. They are my shield. They are the reason I will never let that needle win. Heroin may have been the ghost that followed me out of the past, but I refuse to let it haunt the people I love. I would rather disappear than let them suffer because of me. And that's the truth I live with now. There are moments in life when you don't realize just how far you've fallen until the ground disappears beneath your feet. For me, that moment came not in some back alley or abandoned apartment, but at a child's birthday party. In my late 20s and early 30s, I started making good money as a financial advisor. That success led me into the wrong crowd. Nights filled with drinking, cocaine, and eventually morphine. At the same time, my friendship with my closest friend Ben began to fade. He was settling into family life, while I was slipping deeper into chaos. One day, Ben invited me to his daughter's 4th birthday party. It was his attempt to mend our friendship.
I wanted to go, but that week was long, stressful, and filled with bad decisions. On the day of the party, I was already hanging out with my other friends when one of them, Chad, introduced me to a new liquid morphine solution. I tried it, felt nothing, and figured it was a dud. Then my phone buzzed, a reminder about Ben's party. Guilt struck me. I ordered an Uber, not trusting myself to drive. By the time I arrived at his house, the morphine hit me like a tidal wave. Everything seemed heightened, the music, the food, the atmosphere. But soon I felt the need to slip away to the bathroom. That's when it all went downhill. Sitting there, it was as if a truck had slammed into me. My body melted into relaxation so intense it was almost paralyzing. My mouth was desert dry, my head spun. I collapsed face first on the bathroom floor, unsure how long I was out until Ben's wife knocked to check on me. Somehow, I managed to mumble that I was fine, though I sounded like a cartoon character. When I finally stumbled out, the room froze. Every set of eyes, Ben, his wife, the grandparents, and the kids, were fixed on me in sheer horror. That's when Ben shouted, "Pull your pants up! What the hell are you doing?" I looked down and realized, in my drugged haze, that I had walked out exposed. The kids screamed, and in my stupor, I did the unthinkable. I snapped at one of them, calling a 5-year-old a name so cruel it makes me sick to even repeat. The rest is a blur. Ben drove me home while I begged for McDonald's like a whining child, sobbing when he refused. On the way, he tore into me, telling me how much I had changed, how far I had fallen, and how disappointed he was. And he was right. I ruined his daughter's birthday. I may have traumatized innocent kids. And worst of all, I shattered the trust of the one person who had been like a brother to me. I've since apologized to Ben, but he doesn't want to speak to me, and honestly, I don't blame him. All I can do now is quit the drugs, cut ties with that destructive lifestyle, and hope one day I can rebuild the kind of meaningful relationships I once had. But the truth is, no matter how much I change, I'll always carry the weight of that day. The day I realized I wasn't just a man who made bad choices. I was the scumbag who destroyed a child's birthday party.
Sometimes, evil doesn't come in the form of a monster hiding under your bed. Sometimes it wears a badge, carries a gun, and has the power to ruin your life while smiling in your face. What I'm about to share is a true story, one that still makes my chest tighten when I think about it. And although many years have passed, the shadows of that time still linger around me. I apologize in advance for the length of this story. I've done my best to keep it focused, but it's a long one. I also need to stay vague enough to remain anonymous, because the people involved are still out there, and I live in fear of ever crossing their paths again. This happened in the United States, and it's one of those stories that proves sometimes you can't trust the very people who are supposed to protect you. At the time, I was a 20-year-old woman living with my mom and younger brother while attending community college. At first, the apartments we moved into seemed decent and well-run, but when the manager was replaced, everything started to decay. The new one didn't care who moved in. Soon, police cars became a daily sight. Shady men loitered with aggressive dogs, and the woman downstairs openly dealt drugs. People would wander in and out at all hours, pockets stuffed with little bags. It didn't take long before customers started showing up at our door by mistake. Sometimes they'd rattle the doorknob, convinced we were the ones selling. One night, when I was alone, a man pounded on our door like he wanted to break it down, screaming obscenities. I grabbed a butcher knife and yelled that I was calling 911. He fled, but from that night on, I started pushing the couch against the door before going to bed. My mom eventually called the police, who claimed they would investigate. But the very next day, the dealers downstairs had mysteriously cleaned out their apartment before a raid, only to return to business days later. It didn't take long to realize someone inside the police department was tipping them off. That was the first time I felt real dread, knowing the system itself was against us. Then came the night that changed everything. I had just gotten out of the shower and was in my room picking out clothes when there was a thunderous knock at the door. Expecting a delivery, I didn't think much of it, until my mom's tone shifted sharply as she answered. Before I could react, my bedroom door flew open and a massive man with a gun stormed in. He grabbed me and threw me to the floor. I thought the drug dealers had come to kill us. My wrist, already weakened from past surgeries, snapped under my weight as I hit the ground. Tears blurred my vision until I noticed the word police across his vest. Still, he said nothing, just dragged me out to the living room and barked at me to wait. It was a nightmare blur. Eventually, the officer admitted they had raided the wrong address. He shoved a card in our hands and left, as if nearly breaking my wrist and traumatizing my family was nothing but an inconvenience. The following days revealed something even more disturbing. That same officer returned, demanding we sign a document saying we wouldn't pursue legal action. My mom slammed the door in his face. Then came the harassment, threatening phone calls, chemicals smeared on my mother's car door, my windshield wipers sabotaged with oil so I couldn't see in the rain, sinister metal cutouts shoved under our door, stolen porch furniture, even bags of drugs mysteriously left outside to frame us. We couldn't call the police. They were the threat. Eventually, for my own safety, I dropped out of school and fled overseas for 6 months. My mom and brother disappeared into another town without leaving an address. When I returned, I was a nervous wreck, scarred by PTSD. I settled my lawsuit for a fraction of what it should have been, just to end the nightmare. And through it all, the officer, whose history included brutality, shootings, and accusations of murder, faced no consequences, no justice. Just a trail of ruined lives and fear. It's been almost a decade now. My wrist healed better than doctors expected. I've stopped jumping at every loud noise. I've begun reclaiming the life that was stolen from me. But I still keep my real address hidden, scattered across false trails and P.O. boxes. Because deep down, I know the truth. The monsters from that chapter of my life are still out there, wearing uniforms, protected by the system. And if they ever decide to come looking for me again, I might not be so lucky a second time. Some stories don't end when a relationship does. Some shadows follow you long after you think you've escaped, creeping closer with every step you take. What I'm about to share isn't fiction. It's the nightmare that unfolded in my life, and even now, years later, it still makes my skin crawl. I've been lurking on this subreddit for quite a while, and I've always been fascinated by the terrifying stories others have shared. Now, I think it might finally be cathartic to tell my own insane stalker story. I only hope you enjoy reading it far more than I enjoyed living it. During college, I dated a fairly well-known and talented local musician named Tim. Like many terrible boyfriends, he started out charming, loving, attentive, charismatic, even romantic. He made me mixtapes, cooked me my favorite meals, and dedicated songs to me during open mics. I was young, naive, and hopelessly smitten with his mysterious, artistic aura. But over time, something inside Tim began to unravel. His mental health declined sharply. To others, he could appear perfectly lucid, but in private, he spiraled into delusions, compulsive lies, and disturbing artwork that revolved around rape and murder. I was worried sick, but I tried to love him through it, to be supportive, to remind myself that he was sick, not evil. Then came the day he simply vanished. I found his apartment door wide open, lights on, his phone sitting on the nightstand. Hours of frantic calls later, I learned he had been involuntarily committed to a mental hospital. Every day I visited, bringing books, trying to comfort him as he cried and insisted it was all a mistake. Looking back, I realized the staff never told me why he was there, and I was too naive to ask. Months later, the relationship ended after I caught him cheating. Relief washed over me as I told him to leave my apartment forever. That's when the mask came off. His eyes, cold, wild, animalistic, stared at me as he threatened to kill himself with pills unless I took him back. I called the police. They weren't much help, but Tim eventually left. He stalked me for weeks afterward, calling from blocked numbers, leaving unhinged voicemails. But eventually it seemed to stop. Life went back to normal. I graduated, landed a great job, and thought I had left him in the past. Until 6 months later. I woke up to texts from friends warning me that Tim was off his meds and spiraling. He had posted a newly written song online, a song explicitly about my rape and murder, veiled just enough to pass as art. It was clever, catchy, and deeply disturbing. From a friend's account, I saw dozens of his manic posts. Some were flowery love letters to me. Others were vivid murder fantasies. His friends were uneasy, but some encouraged him, thinking it was just breakup venting. Then came the moment that froze my blood. I was at work when I looked up from my desk and saw Tim inside my studio, talking casually to my creative director.
My body went cold. He scanned the room as though searching for me. I bolted into a project manager's office, slammed the door, and stammered out a panicked explanation. My coworker Nancy saved me that day. She snuck me out of the building and drove me straight to the police. I showed them the screenshots and filed a report. Meanwhile, Tim had sat through a fake job interview, presenting a fabricated portfolio and resume, all so he could find me. At the end, he casually asked my coworkers if I still worked there. He told them he had written a song for me, even bragged it had been picked up by local radio that morning. And then, with a smile, he asked them to give me his warmest regards. That phrase still makes my stomach twist. He found my car in the parking lot and circled it until police arrived. But they couldn't arrest him. He hadn't yet done enough. That incident, however, finally earned me a restraining order. My company was incredible. They pressed trespassing charges, made a safety plan, and assured me I'd be protected. Not long after that, I moved to another city. I haven't heard from Tim since. But here's the part that chills me even now. Months later, I spoke to his former roommate, Liz. She told me that during his breakdown, she'd been terrified by his behavior too. And one night, while snooping through his car, she found something, an axe. A large, heavy axe. She removed it, hiding it before he returned. When Tim discovered it was gone, he trashed their house in a rage and vanished. The coldest detail? According to the timeline, this happened just before he came to my workplace, just before he smiled at my coworkers, just before he asked about me with those deceptively calm eyes. I often wonder what might have happened if Liz hadn't taken that axe away. Because if he had carried it with him that day, I'm not sure I'd be alive to tell this story.
There are moments from childhood that stay with you, etched so deeply in your memory that they feel less like recollections and more like scars. For me, one of those moments began on a gray morning in the late 80s, when the world felt ordinary until the phone rang. Looking back, I sometimes wonder if I was seconds away from vanishing forever. It was 1987 or 1988. I was 8 or 9 years old, living in a blue-collar suburb of Seattle, Washington. My mom had just returned to work after years of being a stay-at-home mom, so it was my dad's job to get me and my brother ready for school. My routine was simple. I'd wake when Dad got into the shower in the master bathroom, pour myself a bowl of cereal, and watch morning cartoons before the day really began. But that morning was different. The phone rang. Dad was still in the shower, so I picked up. Back then, cell phones barely existed. Cordless phones were rare luxuries, and ours was a corded phone attached to the wall. I sat down on my parents' bed, pressed the receiver to my ear, and said, "Hello?" "Do you know who this is?" a man's voice replied. It was deep, older, eerily similar to my dad's, but not quite. My dad didn't have many male friends. The only one I could think of was his cousin Jerry. For reasons I can't fully explain, I immediately assumed it was him. "Hey, Jerry," I said cheerfully, "my dad's in the shower." "That's okay," the man replied smoothly. "I wanted to talk to you. Do you want to come with me after school to get a present for your dad?" Because I believed I was speaking to Jerry, I felt no fear. I thought it sounded fun, even special.
I said I'd like to go. It didn't strike me as odd at the time that Jerry had never called that early in the morning, nor that he had never asked me to go anywhere with him alone before. Then his voice shifted, just slightly, and he asked, "What are you going to be wearing?" The question puzzled me, but I rationalized it. There were lots of kids at my school. It might be hard to find me. So I answered innocently, "I'm going to wear my favorite outfit today. A black and white sweater that says International News on it, with a white turtleneck and white stirrup pants." It was the 80s. Stirrups were in, and white pants were even cooler. That moment is burned into my memory. I can still feel the excitement in my voice as I described my clothes, as though this were some thrilling secret between me and a trusted adult. Maybe part of me already sensed something was wrong, but I didn't understand. I just remember every detail. The voice chuckled. "You know, there are so many kids. I might not be able to find you. What do you look like?" I laughed, confused. "Jerry, you know what I look like." That was the exact moment my dad burst out of the bathroom, moving quickly when he heard me talking. "Who were you talking to?" he demanded. "Jerry," I replied without hesitation. Dad snatched the phone from my hand. "Hello?" he barked, but the line was already dead. He hung up, turned to me sharply, and asked what the caller had said. I explained. Jerry was going to pick me up after school, but he wanted to know what I was wearing. My dad's face darkened. "That wasn't Jerry," he said flatly. Then he told me not to wear that outfit, hurried me out of the room, and ordered me to eat breakfast. Something had shifted. That afternoon, Dad picked me up from school himself. In fact, he kept doing so for the next week. Normally, he worked until 5 and was never home early, but suddenly he was there, waiting for me. He never explained why, never sat me down to talk about strangers, never told me not to describe my clothes over the phone. We never spoke about that morning again. For years, I buried it. Then, about a year ago, I was listening to a true crime podcast about a girl named Amy. She had disappeared after arranging to meet someone who had called her at home, someone who lured her with the promise of a surprise gift for her mom. Amy never came back. I froze. The story was eerily, almost chillingly familiar. We lived in different states, thousands of miles apart, but the voice I heard that morning had asked the same kinds of questions, played the same psychological trick, made the same kind of promise. All these years later, I know it wasn't Jerry. I know it wasn't a harmless prank. And I can't shake the feeling that if my dad hadn't gotten out of the shower at that exact moment, I might not be here to tell this story. Sometimes, when I think about that morning, I imagine the phone call continuing. What else he might have asked, what plans he might have had. The thought makes my stomach turn cold. Was it a predator? A would-be abductor? Or worse, someone who already had a very specific kind of ending in mind for me? I'll never know. But that voice still lingers in my memory, like a shadow from the other end of the line, waiting.
When I was much younger and far less concerned about consequences, I was introduced to a guy through a mutual friend, someone well connected. At first, I could never figure out how this guy managed to carry what seemed like a moving pharmacy in his car, but I wasn't so much interested in the how as I was the when. When could I buy an irresponsible amount of diverted prescription meds from him?
As I got to know him more, I learned more, and the guy gave off a serious bad vibe. He started inserting himself into my group of friends, calling me constantly, texting like an abandoned Tinder date, generally harassing me to hang out. We'd be casually drinking beer in my backyard, and he'd just happen to be nearby and stick around for hours. I didn't want to hurt the guy's feelings, but he was clearly socially awkward and a bad fit. One night, while we were all trading macho fight stories, he suddenly claimed, "Oh, that's nothing. One time I shot a guy in the face with a saw-off shotgun. I only beat the rap because of some self-defense technicality." We all went slack-jawed and nodded awkwardly, mumbling, "Wow, pretty cool." We thought he was just a one-upper, saying whatever to build a tough guy persona he desperately wanted us to believe. Later that summer, some friends and I went downtown to the clubs. I never told him where, but somehow he appeared right next to me, ordering a drink. Even in my impaired state, I could tell he was deep in blackout. His glazed 1,000-yard stare made it clear he wasn't going to be fun company. Sure enough, he started pushing people on the dance floor, harassing women in front of their partners, fumbling in his pockets like he was looking for something. Eventually, he got kicked out, and as a mercy, I went outside to make sure he caught a cab home. That's when I saw what he'd been searching for. Surrounded by bouncers, he was brandishing a 6-inch serrated folding knife. I don't know what possessed me to step in and try to calm him down, but I'm pretty sure the only reason I didn't get sliced to ribbons was the weird flexibility granted by booze and prescription meds. I finally got him into a taxi and sent him off. At that moment, I made a firm decision to quit drugs and, by extension, stop seeing him altogether. A few months later, I found out he got into a fight at the same bar again. This time, he stabbed a guy 7 or 8 times before fleeing into an alley. Police didn't have to do much. Plenty of bystanders pointed them right to him. Now he's in a maximum security prison, not eligible for parole for a decade or more. All I have to say about that is, good.
This is something that left scars I can still feel, even after all these years. It was never openly spoken about in my family, and even now, when I bring it up with my mom, she says very little. But I need to share this story. When I was 13, I got my very first computer, a bulky Dell desktop meant for school. Back in 2003, the internet felt like an entirely new world. AOL, MySpace, Yahoo Messenger, chat rooms with people typing 16F Cali or 18M NY. That was the landscape. For me, a shy and overweight kid, the internet became an escape. In real life, I was invisible. Online, I could be anyone. I could say anything. I could create a version of myself that felt stronger, bolder, more confident. That's how I met him, a man who changed my life forever. It was late one night. The sound of AOL dial-up still makes my stomach tighten when I think about it. I sat alone in the cold, dimly lit kitchen. The computer had been placed there so my mom could keep an eye on me. But the truth was, she worked constantly and didn't know how to use it. I was unmonitored, completely free to wander. That night, bored and lonely, I slipped into a chat room. When I typed 15F here, I wasn't 15. I was 13. But writing 15 felt safer, older, like I belonged. Then a message appeared. "Hey, my name is Rob. Where are you from?" That's how it started. I told him I was from West Virginia, that I was in high school. He said he was 19 and from New York. He wasn't. But to me, it didn't matter. Someone older, someone who seemed interested in me, someone who listened, that alone felt intoxicating. We exchanged emails, phone calls. Some of the details are foggy now, blocked out. But what I do remember is how much it seemed like he cared. Eventually, he came for me. He drove from New York to West Virginia. My mom happened to be working just beside our house that day. He parked far away, then walked through a back alley. When he showed up, my friend who was with me ran off, frightened. I should have taken that as a warning, but I stayed. He hugged me hard, then led me inside. Within minutes, boundaries were crossed that should never have been touched. It was the beginning of something traumatic. The next day, he ordered me to get into his car after school, and I did. Instead of a date or even a drive, he took me to secluded places where he could use me. At one point, I noticed a photo tucked into his visor, a girl, maybe 15 or 16. I asked her about her. He said she was his cousin. I believed him. I even believed him when he told me he loved me. Not long after, I found myself in the back seat of his car with him and his so-called cousin driving. On that long trip, he assaulted me multiple times. I had nothing to eat, nothing to drink, nothing to protect me. At a truck stop, I tried calling my mom, but the phone was dead. I remember drinking from a sink at a rest stop just to keep going. When we finally reached his neighborhood in New York, everything changed. Suddenly, men and women in black suits surrounded the car. They shouted for us to get out. My first thought was that I was being robbed. My very first minutes in New York, and I was convinced something even worse was happening. They pulled me from the car, forced his cousin to the ground, and asked me how old I was. They took me into an unmarked vehicle, and then to an NYPD station. I saw Rob in handcuffs. That was the last time I ever saw him. For me, at 14, it felt like my entire world was collapsing. I was questioned for hours, then taken to a hospital. Later, I stayed at a hotel with a kind woman who fed me and kept me safe until FBI agents came the next day to bring me home. My mom's vigilance saved me. She had written down his license plate, called friends, reached out for help, even contacting the governor. Without her, I may not be here to tell this story. The aftermath was brutal. I sank into depression. I was bullied at school. I hurt myself because I didn't know how else to cope. Rob was sentenced to 10 years in prison, yet I carried the crushing weight of guilt, as though it had all somehow been my fault. Years later, when I was about 24 or 25, I made the mistake of contacting him online. His response was chilling. He threatened to kill both me and my mom if I ever reached out again. My mom believes his real plan had been to sell me into trafficking. He had been grooming other girls too. That realization still makes my blood run cold. But out of all that pain, something good did come. My case forced schools to start teaching internet safety. Parents became more aware of the risks, and because of the intervention, no other girls were taken by him. Now, at 35, I stand strong. I survived. I am healthy, I am whole, and I am proud of every step it took to reclaim my life.
I owe so much to my mom, who never gave up on me, who sat by my side in hospitals, who fought relentlessly to bring me back. And I am grateful to everyone who has ever shared their own stories. It reminded me that I wasn't alone. But the truth that haunts me, even now, is the shadow of what if. What if I hadn't been rescued? What if he had succeeded in ways I can't even bear to imagine? That what if follows me, even though he is now a registered sex offender. It reminds me that predators are still out there, waiting online, looking for children to manipulate. And so I say this now: trust your instincts, protect your children, and never underestimate the power of vigilance. It can mean the difference between survival and tragedy. From the very first moment, we knew something about our lives would change forever. There was a darkness looming we couldn't see yet. My wife and I had spent years trying to have children of our own, but eventually we learned that it wasn't going to happen for us biologically. After some time to process that crushing reality, we turned to adoption, something we had discussed many times before. We genuinely believed that every child deserves a loving home, and we were ready to provide one. That's when we met the boy who would become our son, Nate. His early life was rough, to say the least. His biological mother had struggled deeply with addiction and made choices that left her children in unsafe and unstable conditions. Nate's biological father wasn't in a position to raise him, but had the clarity to push for adoption. When Nate was around 6 years old, the state stepped in due to neglect and abuse. His mother didn't contest his removal. We met Nate for the first time last year. I'll admit that I had my reservations. He was hyperactive, distracted, couldn't sit still at the restaurant where we first met, and avoided eye contact. ADHD crossed my mind, but still, he was 9, and kids get anxious and act out, especially in unfamiliar situations. My wife felt a connection with him almost immediately. I was still uncertain, but we kept seeing him, learning more, and giving the idea a chance to grow. We took him to Chuck E. Cheese once, and he bounced off the walls the entire time. Once again, I chalked it up to being a kid. We started getting more details from his foster parents, who we didn't particularly like. They seemed disengaged and more interested in the paycheck than the well-being of the kids. But we pressed on. There were early signs he might be dealing with ADHD, or perhaps something on the autism spectrum. My wife had experience with special needs kids and felt more confident than I did. Slowly, Nate began growing on us, even started calling us Mom and Dad. Those little moments meant a lot. Later, closer to the date that we were scheduled to bring him home for a 6-month trial before the adoption was finalized, we started noticing troubling patterns. He had an intense fixation on video games, and when we tried to place limits on screen time, he'd respond with aggression, throwing things, kicking furniture, screaming. We tried to handle it calmly and firmly, setting clear boundaries and explaining why. Eventually, we had to remove video games altogether. He was evaluated by several professionals, a therapist, psychologist, pediatrician, among others. One said ADHD, another said autism, another reactive attachment disorder. None of the diagnoses were encouraging. But by that point, we were already totally emotionally invested. We thought, we'll make it through. We love him, and love is enough. Or at least, we hoped it would be. That was about a year ago. Since then, things have only gotten harder. Almost daily, we've had to physically restrain him under guidance and approval from therapists and DHS. We've tried reward systems, structure, kindness, patience, consequences, and tried to follow every piece of advice that was ever given to us. We've tried unconditional love, even when we felt like we were running on empty. But Nate lies constantly, even when there's no reason to. He acts out deliberately, breaks things, hurts the dog. He admitted to doing it just to see if it felt pain. He shows no remorse unless he's told to apologize, and even then, it's absolutely hollow. It's like he understands the rules, but simply doesn't care. Tonight was another breaking point. My wife and I finally had a rare night out and dropped Nate off at a supervised parents' night out at the local YMCA. We had a lovely evening for the first time in what felt like months. But when we returned, the staff pulled me aside. Nate had been caught not once, but twice, groping young girls. I was stunned and ashamed. I took him to the car and had him explain to my wife what had happened. We spent hours trying to talk to him, explain why what he did was wrong, trying to get through to him. But again, no remorse, just excuses. After everything, after all the effort, the tears, the broken pieces of ourselves that we'd poured into this, I regret adopting him. I don't know if I could go through this again if I had the chance to choose differently, a different child, or even none at all. I think we would have been happier. I think our lives would have been lighter. As painful as it is to admit, I wish we had never brought Nate into our lives. And though she hasn't said it outright, I think my wife feels the same way. I understand that much of Nate's behavior likely stems from the trauma he endured, cycles of abuse that began long before we ever met him. Obviously, I don't blame him for what was done to him. But this life, this reality, it's not what I thought I was signing up for. I don't know how to help him, and now, late at night, I fear a darker truth. That some parts of him may be beyond repair. That love, patience, structure, even our very souls might not be enough. And the thought that we might never truly escape the storm he brings chills me more than any shadow ever could.
Back in the mid-1980s, my mum worked as a house cleaner in Australia. It wasn't glamorous work, but it paid the bills, and she was damn good at it. She mostly took jobs in suburban homes near where we lived, but every now and again she'd venture into the rural outskirts, through empty stretches of vineyards and old farmland. Those trips always had an eerie quietness, a sense of being watched even when no one was around. Most of her work came from leaving cards at local shops or word of mouth. Random calls would sometimes come through the house phone, strangers asking for her services. She always insisted on meeting clients in person before starting a job. A quick introduction to put a face to a name, to learn the lay of the house, and to make sure the job felt right. That was her rule. One day, however, she received a call from an older woman, maybe in her 60s, requesting her old farmhouse cleaned. The woman was polite, yet insistent, almost unnervingly so. She made a string of very specific demands. No windows opened under any circumstance. No harsh cleaning products in the upstairs bathroom, only water and a detergent she would provide, along with a particular cloth folded neatly on the counter. She refused to meet in person and said she would leave the keys under the front doormat.
Mom asked questions, tried to get more information, but the woman spoke over her and rushed the conversation. Still, she offered almost double my mom's usual rate. It was unusual, but the extra income tempted her. With some hesitation, Mom agreed. The following Monday, she packed her gear and drove almost an hour into the countryside. The driveway was long, feeling like a full kilometer from the road to the house. There were no neighbors in sight, just paddocks, fences, and an unnatural stillness. She found the keys under the doormat, as instructed. The house looked lived in, but neglected, dusty, slightly run down, overgrown, but not abandoned. The job started like any other: vacuuming, wiping baseboards, dusting mantels. About an hour in, while scrubbing the kitchen counters, she heard the back door slam. It wasn't subtle, it echoed like a gunshot through the empty house. Her stomach dropped. She had been told explicitly no one else would be there. Mom froze, listening. The old wooden floors creaked beneath her feet, but she heard nothing else. The silence was heavy, almost oppressive. Mom wasn't easily scared, but this felt different. She considered leaving, but remembered she had only been paid a deposit, with 2 bedrooms still unfinished. She decided to push on. The first bedroom was uneventful. The second, at the end of the hall, stopped her in her tracks. The bed was covered in black and white photos, dozens, maybe hundreds, spread end to end. No albums, no frames, just loose prints. At first she couldn't make sense of them: houses, fences, backyards. But, stepping closer, she recognized her own home. Her driveway, her backyard, even her side gate. Some photos were taken through windows, others from far enough away to require a long lens. One showed her at the kitchen sink, seen through the back door glass. Another caught her bending down to pick something off the porch. Every single one taken without her knowledge. Everyone invasive, tracking her life. Her heart pounding, she ran to the kitchen phone, this was before mobiles, and called the police. She grabbed her things and fled the house, leaving the deposit and the unfinished rooms behind. She waited at the end of the driveway until the officers arrived. The police were as disturbed as she was. They took statements, collected the photos, and began an investigation. They questioned the woman who hired Mom, but she insisted the house had been broken into, that she hadn't taken any photos and hadn't even been there in months. None of it added up. The specificity of the requests, the refusal to meet, the peculiar behavior, it all pointed to someone deeply involved. Weeks passed, then months. The investigation stalled. No charges were filed. The woman was never linked to the photos. No other suspects ever emerged. The house was eventually sold, and we moved soon after. Mom never cleaned a rural home again. She refused jobs without meeting clients in person. For a while, she stopped working altogether. Even now, decades later, we still don't know who took those photos or why. Sometimes I think about it. What if she had stayed longer? What if she had gone into that bedroom earlier? What if the slamming door wasn't the wind, but someone entering the house? The worst part, the part that never leaves you, is the why. Why did someone do this? Why follow her from house to house, track her every move, then lure her into that lonely farmhouse? The not knowing is worse than anything. And sometimes, late at night, I wonder, were we ever truly safe? Or was that silent, empty countryside always watching, waiting,
just out of sight. I was around 9 or 10 when my mom finally ended things with her wealthy but terrifyingly abusive boyfriend. After the breakup, we moved back to my hometown of Sacramento, California, leaving behind Kingman, Arizona. Adjusting to our new life was not easy. Before, we had lived in large, beautiful houses in safe neighborhoods where crime was practically unheard of. Now, my mom, a single mother raising 2 kids, had moved us into a cramped townhouse in a much rougher area. Everything felt smaller, darker, and far less secure. Not long after settling in, I met a girl at school who quickly became my closest friend. She lived in a 4-plex right across the street, and from the very beginning, we were inseparable, just like our moms. Her mother was a lesbian, and her girlfriend happened to be a good friend of my mom's. It became common for them to spend evenings together at our place, sitting in the living room, drinking and laughing late into the night, while upstairs my friend and I whispered, shared secrets about boys, and giggled about school drama. One night seemed like any other. We decided she would sleep over at my house. Laughing, we ran across the street so she could grab her blanket and overnight bag. But as we reached her driveway, she suddenly froze. I'll never forget the way all the color drained from her face. Her house was completely empty, yet every light inside was blazing. The front door stood wide open, and as we stared in shock, a shadow slid across one of the walls. Terror hit us instantly. Screaming, we bolted back to my place, crying about a man being inside her home. My uncle, who happened to be staying with us at the time, rushed over to check. But when he arrived, the door was firmly shut, the lights were off, and the house looked perfectly normal. The adults laughed, saying we were just imagining things. Too many scary movies, too little sleep, they said. But we knew better. We knew what we had seen, and that image stayed with us. Weeks passed, and odd things began happening. Doors we knew we had closed were suddenly standing wide open. Items in our rooms were moved around, never where we had left them. Clothes, even underwear, started disappearing. Our mothers never spoke of it to us, but we later learned their more private belongings had also gone missing. Yet still, the adults dismissed it all, insisting there was no real cause for concern. Until one night, everything changed. I was staying at my friend's house, and my older sister was babysitting us. We played Donkey Kong Country for a while, but eventually grew bored. My friend remembered a box of old games in the garage, supposedly including Mario Kart. Since the garage light had been broken for ages and their landlord never fixed anything, we grabbed flashlights and headed out to search. The garage was cluttered, filled with piles of junk. As we carefully stepped around, my friend suddenly tripped over something. She stood up, brushing herself off, and we both pointed our flashlights toward the object. What we saw froze us in place. It was a pile of blankets, but not the kind that belonged to her family. Someone had built a hidden little nest in the corner of the garage. Even worse, there was a hole cut into the wall that led directly outside. It was clear. Someone had been living there. We screamed and bolted back inside. My sister grabbed the phone and called 911, while our moms rushed over in a panic. The horrifying truth soon came out. Someone had been secretly living in that garage for weeks, maybe even months. The intruder had been sneaking into the house whenever it was empty, stealing food, underwear, sex toys, and even going through the bathroom and other private belongings. The most terrifying part? He was never caught. He vanished without a trace, leaving us with nothing but questions and fear. To this day, I can't stop thinking about the countless nights I slept over in that house, completely unaware that someone was hiding just a few feet away. What if he had been violent? What if he had been waiting for the perfect moment to do something worse? That thought chills me even now. The truth is, someone had been silently watching our lives, lurking in the shadows, invading the spaces we thought were safe. And we'll never know how close we came to a fate far darker than we ever imagined.
They say the darkest battles are fought behind closed doors, in silence, where no one is watching. When I was 15 years old, I came terrifyingly close to doing the unthinkable. It's a secret I've carried with me like a shadow, one I've rarely shared, even in anonymous spaces. But tonight, as I scrolled through stories like this, something in me stirred. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's time to let mine out too. It's not easy to explain, and none of this is easy to remember, but it's all real. I grew up with my mom. My father disappeared from my life after my parents split when I was young. My earliest memories are painted with the smell of alcohol, my mom's constant drinking. She had a rough childhood of her own, demons she never confronted. And when she drank, those demons didn't just whisper, they screamed. And they screamed at me. Her drunk nights weren't quiet sadness, they were chaos, absolute chaos. About once a month, she would stagger home late, already wasted, and the nightmare would begin. She'd shake me awake in the middle of the night, spit in my face, scream until her voice cracked. One moment, she'd call me worthless, saying that's why my dad and my grandma hated me. The next moment, she'd collapse into sobs, telling me I was all she had, that she loved me. This cycle stretched on until sunrise. Years of confusion, years of terror. Some of the worst memories come from when I was just 5. One night, she forced me to face the wall for hours, screaming behind me the whole time. If I moved, she hit me. If I cried, she hit harder. Sometimes she'd make me squat while pulling on my ears, humiliating me until I collapsed in pain, only for her to scream at me to keep going. But the worst was her sick little game. She would fake choking, collapsing to the ground like she was dead. I was 5, sobbing, begging her to wake up, trying everything to revive her. And then she would suddenly leap back to life, eyes blazing, only to strike me again. That stopped when she realized I no longer reacted. My fear had become numbness. As I grew older, the violence escalated. Screaming became knives slammed onto tables during fights with her boyfriends. No one was ever stabbed, but the sight of her white-knuckled grip on a kitchen knife is burned into my memory. I told no one. This was just my life, my normal. At school, I was a ghost. No friends, no social skills. I buried myself in video games. I got bullied daily and never fought back. Punishment was the only language I knew, so I accepted it. We moved constantly, 10 elementary schools in 4 different countries. Poland was the worst, not because of the people, they were kind, but because we lived with another wealthy alcoholic my mom was dating. More screaming, more chaos. By 10, the heaviness inside me had a name, though I didn't recognize it then: depression. And then came the breaking point. I was 15, winter, morning. I was getting ready for school when my mom stumbled in, still drunk from the night before. By then, I had stopped reacting to her. I was taller, stronger, emotionally shut down. She hated that. Her rage didn't pierce me anymore. But that morning, she went for the one wound still raw, my ex-girlfriend. The breakup was fresh, my first real relationship, and I blamed myself for ruining it. When my mom threw it in my face, something inside me broke. All the fear, all the years of humiliation boiled over. I snapped. It felt like I was outside myself, watching as I lunged at her, both hands wrapped around her throat. I drove her backward, forced her onto the bed, and squeezed with everything I had. And then it happened. I saw it. Fear. For the first time in my life, I saw fear in my mother's eyes. The woman who had terrified me for over a decade was now terrified of me. Time stopped. Seconds or minutes, I'll never know. And then a voice in my head whispered, "Do you really want to do this?" I let go. That was my mistake. The second her throat was free, she fought back. She swung a chair at me, smashing my arms as I tried to block. Pain ripped through me. Then she sank her teeth into my arm, so deep the swelling later looked like a ping-pong ball beneath my skin. I ran. No shoes, no jacket, just pajamas in the freezing winter air. A neighbor called the police. When the officers arrived, I told them everything, except the part about me trying to strangle her. They saw the bruises, the bite marks, and took me into care. When they told her, she tried to spin her usual performance, crying, pretending to be the victim. But halfway through, she lost control and bit one of the officers. They arrested her on the spot. She was released later, but not without a heavy fine. I was placed in government care, and for the first time in my life, I felt safer. German CPS gave me an apartment, a stipend, and social workers who actually cared. But trauma doesn't vanish overnight. I drowned in depression, started drinking, and later that year, I tried to drown myself. That was my rock bottom. Life since has been a fragile climb upward. I still wrestle with nights where I want to vanish, nights filled with fantasies of revenge. But I've also had nights where music saved me. Music gave me something I never had before: a voice, a purpose, a reason to keep breathing. I became a musician. I don't care if I fail, I just care that I tried. As for my mom, things became complicated. At first, we rebuilt, slowly, painfully. She admitted to what she'd done. She quit drinking. For the first time, she showed effort. I apologized for my hands around her throat, and she forgave me. But then came another cruel twist: schizophrenia. It hollowed her out, body and mind. I watched her shrink into herself, her bones visible beneath skin, wearing a strange, delusional smile. She's back in our home country now, with family who care for her. I'm grateful, but she knows I still haven't fully forgiven her. She knows the scars never healed. It's been 6 years since that night, and I still carry the weight. That's my story. My nightmare, my survival, my strange inheritance. I've learned about pain, about survival, about growth. And though I wouldn't trade that perspective, it still haunts me. Cruelty often comes from broken people, and sometimes they can change. My mother is proof of that. But change doesn't erase the past. it only shadows it. So I chase what makes me feel alive, because life is too short to drown in misery. But even now, I know one truth I can never shake. That night, I could have killed her. And sometimes, when I lie awake, I wonder, what if I had?
It's strange how certain choices, seemingly small, almost insignificant, can leave behind shadows that follow you for years. A little over 8 years ago, I found myself living a life that, on paper, looked perfect. I had been accepted into a combined medical degree program overseas, one fully recognized back in my home country. It was supposed to be the start of something great. The campus became my new world, and within weeks I had settled into a decent group of friends. Most of them were fellow medical students, except for one outsider, Steve. Steve had barely scraped through his undergraduate science degree, and although he wasn't officially part of our program, he somehow managed to worm his way into some of our classes. And just as quickly, he forced himself into our group. From day one, there was something unsettling about him. Every interaction felt like a contest, his eyes always scanning me, measuring me, as if trying to prove he was better. I was the only one who openly challenged him, mocking his arrogance or shutting down his nonsense. That made me his primary target. He played therapist to the girls, showering them with gifts and buying his way into their company. It was pathetic, but for a while, it worked. Eventually, though, everyone saw through him. His bitterness grew, especially as he barely scraped by academically. He was failing, angry, and always muttering about how no girl appreciated him despite how nice he was. His words revealed everything about him. A man entitled, desperate, and dangerous. 3 years later, when he failed his finals and had to repeat the year, most of us had already distanced ourselves. By then, Steve was a ghost hovering around campus, isolated, bitter, and stewing in his failures. I stayed away from him, but his hatred toward me only sharpened. That was when my life took an unexpected turn. I had fallen into a relationship. A sweet girl, kind, but too serious too quickly. She wanted a future together, introductions to her family, plans of settling down. I wasn't invested and was planning to leave her soon. But before I could, I got sick, dangerously sick. Fever, exhaustion, bedridden. And that's when Steve made his move. He went to the university and reported that I had overdosed on hard drugs. That one lie ignited chaos. Police arrived, dragged me across the city in my weakened state, and threw me into a holding cell overnight because their drug testing machine was down. I vomited alone on cold concrete, dehydrated and half delirious, locked in a box I had no business being in. By morning, the test cleared me, completely clean. But I was left with nothing, no phone, no ID, no money. My girlfriend had to pick me up from the station like some criminal. A week later, I learned it was Steve who had reported me. I didn't react, not immediately. Instead, I watched. I waited. For 6 long months, I studied his every move. He had a routine. Friday nights, stumbling back from the club around 2 a.m., drunk and vulnerable. I knew exactly where he would be and when. One Thursday, when my girlfriend visited, I made sure of my alibi. The next night, dressed in black, I slipped outside and waited on a bench along Steve's path. When he staggered past, I pounced. No weapons, just fists. Blow after blow until he collapsed, limp and gasping.
I laid him on the bench and ran back to my room, stashing the clothes away and pretending to sleep. Days later, word spread. Steve was in the hospital. That shocked me. I hadn't thought I'd gone that far. But apparently, after I left, someone else had found him. His wallet, phone, shoes, even his pants were stolen. And then, as if fate wanted to twist the knife, someone stabbed him in the leg. That part wasn't me. But if anyone had seen me that night, if Steve had guessed, everything could have come crashing down. I burned the clothes and said nothing. Still, the unease stayed with me. 2 months later, my girlfriend knocked on my door. She said we needed to talk. I braced myself for another conversation about our future. I was already planning to end things. But what she said froze me. She told me she had come by my dorm on a Friday night 2 months earlier. Yes, that Friday night. She knocked, but I wasn't there. She waited, worried, but said nothing. She admitted she had stayed quiet because she loved me, because she didn't want me in trouble. In that instant, I knew she had figured it out. She had pieced together exactly what I had done. And her silence was louder than any accusation. I stayed with her for 2 more years, out of fear and gratitude, until I graduated. Then I boarded the first flight back home, leaving everything behind. Looking back, I know my actions paint me in a dark light. I can accept that. I don't tell this story for sympathy. I tell it because it haunts me. Sometimes I laugh at the absurdity of it. Other times, I lie awake at night replaying every detail. Steve got what was coming to him. Or maybe he didn't. Maybe I went too far. Maybe fate punished him worse than I ever intended. But what lingers most is not the fight, not the blood, not the lie. It's the realization that my secret was never mine alone. She carried it too. And sometimes, when I think back, I can't shake one thought. What if she didn't stay quiet? What if she had told? That silence is what saved me, and it still terrifies me more than anything else.
From a very early age, I carried this gnawing feeling in my gut that my parents weren't built to last together. 4 separations during my childhood confirmed it, each one cutting deeper than the last. They were polar opposites from the start. My father was relentless, single-minded, consumed by building a business from nothing. He worked himself into the ground, physically and emotionally. At the time, I thought he was just distant, cold, uncaring. Now I realize his tireless drive was his way of showing love, building a legacy he could leave behind. But that love came wrapped in a hardened shell, with expectations that were impossible to meet, not just for himself, but for me and my mother. My mother, on the other hand, was everything he wasn't. Sensitive, deeply emotional, centered on me, the only child. She gave everything she had, every lesson, every ounce of care. But she needed something in return, emotional reciprocity, love that wasn't tied to work or sacrifice, and he simply wasn't wired that way. The breaking point came the day after my high school graduation. My mother just left, packed her things, walked out, and disappeared. In a strange way, I couldn't blame her, but the chaos it left in its wake was unlike anything I'd ever seen. My father, this rock of a man, shattered in front of me in ways I didn't know were possible. She never contacted him again. It was as if she had wiped us both from her life, desperate to start anew. College came and went. Successes, mistakes, parties, breakdowns. My father's love for my mother never waned. You could see it in everything he did. Raw, honest, heartbreaking. My mother, however, was gone. Emotionally, her path after leaving was littered with poor choices, bad relationships, decisions that left permanent marks. When my college graduation rolled around, I felt paralyzed. I couldn't imagine inviting them into the same room. I didn't want to force them into that uncomfortable space. So I didn't walk the stage. I watched from a distance as friends, classmates, even my girlfriend celebrated. Pride should have filled me, but instead there was a hollow ache that gnawed at me. And then everything unraveled. My mother's life had already been precarious, but after my graduation, it plunged into darkness. I should have seen it coming. Maybe I did, but I refused to. And then she ended it. She went all the way. There is no softening that truth. I was 22. My mother was gone. Nothing prepares you for the finality of that. For a brief, strange moment, my father became everything I had wished he could be. We talked, we cried, we hugged. For the first time, he revealed the man behind the stoic shell. A strange peace settled over us, but it came at an impossible cost. And then life dealt one more cruel hand. My father had a routine surgery scheduled a few months later. Nothing major, they said, but fate is rarely so kind. He didn't survive. In an instant, 22 years of life with no parents. That kind of loss shapes you. It molds you. It haunts you. Yet somehow, I survived. It's been 5 years. I carry both their legacies, the compassion and heart of my mother, the drive and resilience of my father. Somehow, I never sank into the despair that so many might have expected. Maybe it's perspective, maybe it's stubbornness. But there is one thing I cannot forgive myself for. That graduation day, the day I chose not to walk. That moment could have been the first time in 4 years we were together, even if just for a couple of hours. I took that away, out of fear. Fear of drama, discomfort, the pull of raw emotion. I thought I was protecting everyone, but really, I was protecting myself. And that decision, it hangs over me like a shadow. Some actions are permanent. Some regrets are carved into you, never to be erased. That one belongs to me. Sometimes, in quiet moments, I imagine what could have been, what closure might have felt like, what healing might have begun. And I feel the cold weight of that choice pressing down, reminding me that some moments, once lost, can never return. It's a truth I carry daily. Life can be cruel, relentless, and unforgiving. And sometimes the heaviest burdens we bear aren't what life dealt us. They're the choices we made in fear. I didn't grow up in a happy home. My childhood was born in shadows, the kind that creep slowly, quietly, until they become the air you breathe. It wasn't the chaos of explosions or grand disasters, no. It was the suffocating, silent kind. The kind that twists itself into your life so deeply that it begins to feel normal. I was born in South Korea, and for a short while life was steady, ordinary, safe. But the illusion shattered the day my father died. Murdered. Even now, saying that word feels unreal, like I'm reciting someone else's tragedy.
My father's death tore our lives apart, and from that moment on, nothing would ever feel safe again. My mother and I left everything behind. We fled to Australia, as if crossing an ocean could erase the past. But resets aren't real, not when you're already drowning in grief. Australia in the early 2000s was no refuge. It was harsh, especially for someone like me, awkward, quiet, a foreign child who barely spoke English. The other kids didn't know what to make of me, and truthfully, I didn't know what to make of myself either. Making friends was hard. Everything was hard. And then, when I was 12, something happened. Something that made my stomach twist then, and still does now. It was the day I came closer than I ever realized to never making it home. My mother and I were on a road trip along the southern coast of Victoria. She thought the ocean air might be good for us, something peaceful, a break from the noise of life. One evening, we stopped at a quiet caravan park. It looked harmless, almost picturesque. Trimmed lawns, blooming frangipani, a little creek bubbling along the edge of the grounds. For a moment, it almost felt safe. But safety is a lie. After setting up, my mother went to rest, and I wandered off. I found a small, weathered rec room hidden behind hedges, with a pool table, arcade machines, and a faded couch. I spent hours there until another boy wandered in. He was about my age, quiet and awkward like me. We talked a little, nothing memorable, except for the way he kept glancing at the door, fidgeting, restless. Eventually, he invited me to his caravan, said his parents were making dinner. I refused at first, but he was persistent. He offered sweets, cake, things no 12-year-old would turn down. Slowly, he wore me down, and I followed. His caravan looked different from ours, older, sagging, curtains missing, paint faded, a hollow kind of wrongness about it. He told me to wait outside while he went in. Moments later, the door creaked open, and instead of him, a man stepped out. A large man, bare-chested, with wire-rimmed glasses and stained shorts. His smile stretched too wide. "Want to come in?" he asked. Everything inside me screamed run, but I was raised to trust adults, to be polite, and so I hesitated. I took a step forward. That's when a voice shouted behind me, "Hey, what's going on over there?" The man moved fast, grabbing me by the back of my dress, trying to yank me inside. His grip was iron, and for one horrifying second, I felt the inevitability of it, the door closing, the darkness waiting inside. But before it could happen, the stranger who had shouted charged up. He slammed the door open with such force it rattled the caravan, yanked me away, and dragged me into a run. He didn't let go of my hand until we were halfway across the park. When we finally reached my mother's caravan, she thought he was the threat. She screamed at him until he managed to explain what had happened. By then, her face had gone pale as ash. That night, we packed everything and fled without a word. We never spoke of it again. My mother couldn't face it. Each time therapy brushed against the memory, she'd leave the room. At 12, I couldn't fully grasp the horror. I just knew something inside me had cracked. That day taught me the monsters weren't in movies or hiding under beds. They walked among us. They smiled. They offered cake, and hoping you'll step inside. Now, as an adult, I see it for what it was. That boy wasn't just lonely. He was bait. That man wasn't harmless. He was a predator. And if it weren't for that stranger, I wouldn't be here telling you this story. I never learned his name. After making sure I was safe, he slipped away into the night. Sometimes I wonder if I was their first target
or just the first one who got away. It doesn't haunt me every day, but it lingers like a shadow at the edge of my thoughts, a reminder that real monsters don't always need weapons. Sometimes they wait quietly behind caravan doors, smiling too wide, promising you sweets and hoping you'll step inside.
From the very beginning, my life felt like a slow descent into someone else's nightmare. Growing up, I lived under the suffocating grip of my emotionally and mentally abusive helicopter mother, a misogynistic stepfather, and my brother. Home was never safe, more like a stage where every move I made was controlled, criticized, or punished. By the time I turned 18, I was desperate to breathe. My grandparents offered me an escape, letting me move in with them while I attended college nearby. It felt like freedom, but I never realized that running from one kind of prison would lead me straight into another, far more dangerous one. With independence came rebellion. I experimented with everything: clothes, music, tattoos, and especially relationships. I was searching for an identity, but also for chaos, as if proving I could thrive in it. That's when James appeared. We'd gone to high school together, though years had passed since we last spoke. He found me through a MySpace forum, and soon we were messaging non-stop. James had his own tragic backstory: abuse, trauma, dislocation. He was quirky, edgy, different. I mistook those qualities for depth. Our conversations grew intense, twisted, sometimes laced with darkness, confessions of self-harm, fascination with disturbing videos. Red flags I should have run from only pulled me closer. After months of texting, James came to visit. We stayed in a hotel together. What should have been exciting already felt wrong. I'll never forget one night. Clothes strewn everywhere, furniture out of place, James standing in the wreckage of the room, smiling like something inside him had cracked. Then he dropped to one knee and proposed with a sapphire and diamond ring. I said yes. I was 18, naive, and convinced this chaos was love. Yet deep down, I felt like I had agreed to something I would never escape. When James left, we both cried, but instead of letting him go, I convinced myself the answer was to follow him. I withdrew from college, left everything behind, and moved across states to be with him. His grandmother's house became my new cage. The room we shared was small, suffocating, and I was rarely allowed beyond its walls. James grew more obsessive, more controlling. His eccentric love for Insane Clown Posse spiraled into mania. Tattoos, face paint, and eventually demands that I paint my own face. Refusing led to screaming, shoving, and even being locked in closets. The isolation ate away at me. No friends, no job, no support system, just James and his madness. He kept a notebook, journaling in it daily. At first, I dismissed it as harmless, until one day curiosity got the better of me. He had left it on the bed. My gut told me to read, and what I found still makes my blood run cold. In his handwriting, he detailed violent fantasies, cutting me with a box cutter, mutilating me, hints about me not surviving. Reading it was like staring into the mind of someone who no longer saw me as human. That moment saved my life.
I reached out to my aunt, who came for me immediately. When I told James I was leaving, he wept, begged, then erupted into rage again, trying to trap me in the closet. But he had to leave for work, and the second he was gone, I packed my belongings as his grandmother screamed at me. I walked out the door, shaking, knowing that if I stayed, I wouldn't have lived to see another day. You'd think that would be the end, but James didn't vanish. A few months later, we reconnected, stupidly, as friends. I even visited him once more, though nothing happened. Deep down, I knew better. I had to cut him off completely. And I did, at least for a while. Years passed. I moved across the country, rebuilt my life, returned to school, got married. I hadn't thought of James in ages, until a few weeks ago. Out of nowhere, he found me on Facebook. His first message was casual, but when I told him to stop contacting him, his response was chilling in its simplicity. Nah. I blocked him. He followed with a Snapchat request, blocked again. Then he appeared on Instagram, on a brand new account, no posts, no followers. The only person he followed was me. I scrubbed my personal information from everywhere I could, locked down every trace of myself. But no matter how far I run, I feel the weight of his shadow pressing in, patient, lingering. I made a terrible mistake at 18, one I was lucky to survive. But James has never truly gone away. He watches, he waits, like the echo of a nightmare that refuses to end. And if you're listening to this, James, hear me clearly. I have you blocked. Stay gone. Because if you ever come back, I fear the next chapter of this story won't end with me walking away.
It was Thursday, August 8th, 2002. I was 12 years old, caught between childhood innocence and the dark weight of growing up too fast. Middle school, family changes, the chaos of a broken home, it all blurred together. But nothing could have prepared me for the horror that was about to carve itself permanently into my life. For 6 years, I had lived with my mom after she and my dad divorced. Not long after, she began seeing someone new. Within months, he had moved in with us. Looking back now, there were warning signs everywhere, flashing red lights I didn't yet understand. One night in 1999, my sisters and I were watching the finale of a TV show when her boyfriend staggered into the room, drunk. Without a word, he punched the old glass TV screen with his bare hand. It shattered, cutting him badly. He stood there bleeding, screaming, his rage spilling into the room like poison. That moment terrified us, but my mom forgave him. Somehow, apologies and excuses were enough. And so, he stayed. By 2002, my mom had finally had enough. She moved us into a new apartment, trying desperately to start fresh. I didn't understand back then. To me, it just felt like losing another piece of stability. I resented her for pushing him out. I had no idea how much danger she was trying to protect us from. That Thursday, I wasn't feeling well at school. A rash spread across my waist, and the nurse called my mom. A doctor quickly diagnosed it as shingles. I was told to rest and was excused from school on Friday as well. That Friday morning, my mom left for work, making sure I'd eaten before she kissed me goodbye. I stayed in bed, relieved that the rash hadn't worsened overnight. Then, I heard something in the hallway. I thought my mom had come back for something she'd forgotten. I called out to her, but it wasn't her. It was him. Her ex-boyfriend walked into my room. He sat down on my bed, speaking softly, too softly. He said he missed us, said he wanted to make things right with my mom. I told him I missed him too, not understanding the truth of what was happening. I even told him I hoped he and my mom could get back together. Before leaving, he made me promise not to tell her he had stopped by. I promised, but when she got home, I told her anyway. What I didn't realize then was how he had gotten inside. He didn't have a key. Nobody let him in. He shouldn't have even known where we lived, but I never questioned it. That weekend, I stayed with my dad and grandmother. My mom was supposed to pick me up Sunday morning, but she never showed. She never answered her phone. By the time we returned home, the apartment was dark and silent. No note, no sign of her. The police couldn't enter until 24 hours had passed. When they finally opened the door Sunday night, everything looked normal. But in the bathroom, I found something chilling. My mom's partial denture. She never left home without it. My dad's face went pale when he saw it. He knew instantly. Something terrible had happened. Monday passed. Still nothing. And then Tuesday morning came, the day everything collapsed. That night, one of my mom's neighbors had gone up to the locked attic laundry room. When the landlord opened the door, they found her. My mom's lifeless body lay inside. She had been dead for around 48 hours. The marks around her neck told the truth. She hadn't died naturally. Her ex-boyfriend had returned Saturday. She was on the phone with my aunt when she said the last words we'd ever hear from her. "There's someone knocking. It's him again. I'll call you later." She never got the chance. He broke in using a credit card to jimmy the lock, stormed into her bedroom, and strangled her. Then, as if she were nothing, he dragged her body upstairs to the laundry, locked the door from the inside, and walked away into the night. He was arrested Tuesday afternoon after bragging in a bar that he had done something really stupid. At his trial, my sister and I testified. He was convicted, not of murder, but manslaughter, a so-called crime of passion. He was sentenced to 9 years, but served only 7. 7 years for destroying a life. 7 years for stealing a mother. People have told me I was lucky, that if I had been home that Saturday, he might have killed me too. Maybe that's true, but luck doesn't erase the nightmares. It doesn't erase the silence of an apartment where my mother never came back. I refuse to speak his name. He doesn't deserve one. To me, he is only the monster who stole my mom. 7 years of prison wasn't justice. Not when my mom will never again see the sun, never again smile, never again hold her children. Why should he get freedom when she never will? Sometimes I wonder if fate spared me for a reason. But every time I remember his shadow standing in my doorway, every time I remember my mom's last words, I know one thing for certain. Monsters don't always hide under beds. Sometimes they stand right in front of you, smiling, apologizing, pretending to love you, while quietly planning the moment they'll take everything away.
I've always felt at home in the woods. I grew up barefoot on dirt trails,
more at ease with the silence of the forest than the noise of city streets. The wild never scared me. Storms, darkness, strange noises in the night, I thought I knew them all. The forest had always been my refuge. But I was wrong. The wilderness doesn't just shelter life. Sometimes it hides things that shouldn't be out there at all. And on one trip near Mount Rainier, I realized something terrifying. I wasn't alone. I was being watched. I was being hunted. This happened a few years ago, in my mid-20s. I had taken a week off to go completely off-grid. No phone, no GPS, no marked campgrounds. Just me, a raw map, and miles of backcountry where few people ever go. For the first couple of days, it was everything I wanted. Peace, silence, that eerie comfort of being so deep in the wilderness you almost forget the rest of the world exists. But on the third night, something shifted. I woke up after midnight, not to a sound, but to that primal alarm your body feels when something is wrong. When I unzipped the tent to check, he was there, a man, sitting by my dead fire, staring into the ashes as if they were still glowing. He didn't belong. No pack, no water, no gear. Just jeans, a dark jacket, and eyes that froze when they noticed me. And then, without a word, he bolted, straight into the trees, gone so quickly it was like he'd been waiting for the chance. I told myself he was a lost hiker, or high, or just strange. But when he found me again 2 nights later, 15 miles away in an unmarked part of the forest, I knew I was wrong. He lingered just beyond the firelight, his voice calm but wrong, asking me strange questions about elk, about my tent, about my name. And when my flashlight finally landed on his face, it was him, the same man, same clothes, same empty hands. And once again, he ran. After that, the nights blurred into a waking nightmare. Footsteps circling my tent. Silence too heavy, broken by deliberate noises that weren't animals. A fake coyote howl that stretched too long, too human, like someone testing the sound to see if it rattled me. By the time I made it back to my car, I felt more like prey than a camper. And I'll never forget the way the forest pressed in on me those last few miles, as if it was holding its breath, waiting to see if I'd make it out alive. I never saw him again. I never learned who he was, or how he tracked me through miles of wilderness without leaving a trace. But I know this much. He wasn't lost. He wasn't wandering. He came out there for me. And that's why I'll never go camping alone again. It started as an ordinary office friendship. But sometimes ordinary things hide shadows darker than you could ever imagine. I have a confession that I can't confess to the one person I wish I could tell. So I'm going to share it with the internet instead. My confession is that I'm the reason my work bestie was fired and is now struggling. I'm a 35-year-old female, and I have to think about what I did almost every day. When I was a kid, I didn't know what I wanted to be when I grew up. My parents are immigrants, so my choices were doctor, lawyer, engineer, or dentist, but that wasn't ideal for me. In school, I studied science because I figured I'd just try to be a doctor because it sounded the most tolerable. When it came time to study for my medical school admission exams, I wasn't doing well on practice tests at all. So I decided to flip it up and try the LSATs instead. I did decently well and was accepted to a pretty prestigious law school. I wasn't sure being a lawyer was the right path for me, but my parents were ecstatic, so I ran with it. I got a job at a top 10 law firm in New York City right out of law school and worked there for a few years. I was absolutely miserable. My work started suffering because I was so unhappy. But one thing people in big law know is that it's really hard to get fired from a big firm. I knew I needed a change. So I consulted with a recruiter, and together we decided I could try positions in attorney development. Essentially, that meant I would oversee younger lawyers and staff them to cases for partners in the firm. This was a much better fit for me because I hated the actual legal work. I got a job at another top firm as an attorney coordinator. Almost immediately, I connected with a junior associate named Sarah. She was a rising star at the firm, worked tirelessly, and always said yes when I asked if I could staff her on a project. Sarah and I got close. We exchanged numbers, texted about people we both couldn't stand at work, complained about the partners, went out to lunch a couple of times a week, and ate our lunches together when we didn't go out. We were basically inseparable at work. But after a while, Sarah started to burn out. I knew it was only a matter of time with all the yeses she gave me whenever I tried to put her on a project. I warned her a few times to take it easy and say no to things from people who had less sway at work, but she didn't listen. She was ambitious and willing to sacrifice her personal life to get what she wanted professionally. As Sarah was burning out, she started saying no to the wrong people. It was beginning to get noticed. She spent more time at her desk, started eating alone more. She became reclusive at work. Although she never stopped texting me like normal, the silly comments about partners or coworkers still came in hot and kept me entertained. She hadn't lost her light completely. We didn't spend much time talking about her home life because honestly there wasn't much to it. Her family was on the opposite coast. She wasn't married, didn't have kids, and she wasn't even dating because of how much work she took on. The more I think of it, I can't pinpoint what she did with the little time she had outside of work. When I first started at this firm, Sarah was leveraged 125%. She was working as much as a junior associate is expected to, plus a quarter more than another associate. Most juniors only work about 80% of what they should, and they don't get in trouble. By the time Sarah was burned out, she was down to about 75%. On its own, not huge. But because we were friends, I would ask to staff her on a case. She would say yes and then back out at the last minute or not pull her weight. Partners complained, and I had to restaff almost every project she touched. It was taking a toll on me and on how I viewed her. Sarah is an amazing human, but she doesn't take criticism well. I never found a way to bring this up to her. One day, my boss, Lauren, called me to a meeting with a few managing partners. It was official, in the big glass conference room at the center of the office. I thought maybe I was being let go. Lauren asked if Sarah was okay. I said she was fine as far as I knew, but noted that her work had been suffering. Before I even processed it, I blurted out, "I think we should fire her. I don't even know where it came from." Lauren looked shocked. Big law is notoriously hard to get fired from, yet my words set a chain in motion.
Later, she told me that the partners had watched Sarah closely after my recommendation, and ultimately she was fired. No warning, no notice, just pack up your things and leave. I never told her I was the reason. I lied to her face. We went out for drinks that night. She cried, moaned, didn't understand how this had happened. I nodded, shocked and appalled, while knowing deep inside I was the trigger. I felt horrible. Part of me knew she'd be replaced quickly by someone hungrier, better, more compliant. But the other part mourned the loss of my work bestie, the one who made every day bearable. This was nearly 4 years ago. Sarah and I still talk almost daily. She's now Auntie Sarah to my child. We share laughs and vent about work, past and present, but she never fully recovered. She struggled to find another big law job and took a lower-paying position at a smaller firm. She now wrestles with her mortgage and financial strain because of the pay cut and prior commitments. I love Sarah, I truly do. I hate lying to her. But the darkest part? This. She will never know it was me. And sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet, I imagine her reading this confession somewhere far away, never guessing that her downfall started with the one person she trusted most. That thought, the invisible weight of my betrayal, will haunt me for the rest of my life.
The truth starts before the vows, in the shadows of a naive teenage mind, unaware of the debt it would soon owe. This is my story about the price of stability and how easily it becomes a cage. I married a 40-year-old man when I was 19. We started dating when I was 17. Yeah, it was gross, but that's what happened. I wasn't swept off my feet by some grand romance. There was no whirlwind love story. The truth is, I married him for his money, and he married me because I was young and beautiful. That was the trade-off. Everyone knew it, even if they didn't say it outright. He had what I wanted, and I had what he wanted. I do have redeeming qualities, though, I know that. I'd like to think I'm kind, intelligent, and capable, but none of that mattered in the equation of our marriage. It wasn't my wit or my personality that sealed the deal. It was my body, my youth, my appearance. That was my currency, and I spent it willingly. I've been married to him for 20 years now. We have 4 children together. Our lives are comfortable, stable, predictable. We've grown to have things in common after all this time, and we do love each other in the way that 2 people who have built a life together eventually do. But if I could go back and slap some sense into my teenage self, I wouldn't hesitate for a second, and here's why. What nobody tells you, or rather what they do tell you but you don't listen because you're a dumbass teenager, is that when you marry for money, you owe him. Not just for the house, the cars, the vacations, or the security. You owe him for everything, every single day. It's not about sex, or at least not just about sex. It's deeper than that, more insidious. It's about power, control, and an unspoken imbalance that seeps into nearly every interaction, every conversation, every decision to be made. It doesn't matter that I've given him 4 children. It doesn't matter that I've managed our home, our lives, our day-to-day existence for 2 decades. It doesn't matter that I've been a wife, a mother, a caretaker, a confidant. At the end of the day, the fundamental structure of our marriage has never really changed. He's the provider.
I'm the recipient. And no matter how much time has passed, I've never stopped owing him. He doesn't say it explicitly. He doesn't have to. But I feel it in every glance, every sigh, every decision that isn't fully mine to make. When you marry for money, the debt is everywhere. It's woven into the fabric of your life in ways that you never could have imagined when you were young and stupid and thought trading youth for wealth was a fair deal. It's in the way he pulls rank at the most random and unexpected times, like when I suggest repainting the kitchen and he scoffs, reminding me he paid for the house in the first place, as if that invalidates my opinion on what color I want to see every morning while making his breakfast. It's in the way he orders food at restaurants without asking what I want, assuming he knows better. Maybe he does after all these years, but that's not really the point. The point is that it was never about knowing or not knowing. It was about the underlying message that he is in charge. He makes the decisions. I simply exist in the space that he provides for us. It's in the way he dismisses my career aspirations, not with malice, but with something far worse, indifference. I went back to school after our youngest was born, thinking maybe I could carve out something of my own. He was supportive in the way rich men are when their wives pick up hobbies, detached, vaguely amused, never threatened. When I landed my first job in years, he smiled and said, "Oh, that's cute." It's in the way he reminds me without saying a word that I'll never have full autonomy. Not really. We have a joint bank account, but I don't have his level of access. We have a family business, but I'm not consulted on anything important. We have a home, but it's his house, not ours. This isn't a partnership. It never was. It was a contract, one that I signed without reading the fine print. The strangest thing about this life is just how lonely it can be. People assume that money erases hardship. Luxury dulls the sting of regret. But there's this special kind of isolation that comes with being married under these circumstances. The women in my social circle are just like me, wives of men who could afford them. They host charity luncheons, they compare designer bags, they take trips together. They understand me in a way that only other women in golden cages really can. And yet I can't confide in them. I can't say sometimes I feel like a kept pet. I can't say I wonder if he would still look at me the same way if I gained 30 pounds. I can't say I don't know if I ever truly loved him. Because these are things we don't say. Instead, we drink our wine. We smile. We tell each other how lucky we are. We compare notes on our children's schools, or the new trainers we've hired, or the latest vacation homes our husbands have bought us. We laugh too loudly at things that aren't funny, because if we don't, we might start crying, and no one wants to be the one who cracks first. I don't hate my life. That's the thing. I don't wake up every morning miserable. I have comfort in my life. I have the stability that I sought. I have children I love more than anything. But I also have regret. Not the sharp, gut-wrenching kind, but the slow, creeping kind, the kind that settles in over years, like a dull ache in the bones. I regret that I never got to fall in love the way young girls are supposed to. I regret that I never knew what it was like to build something with someone from the ground up, to share the struggle, to dream together, to fight over bills and to make up over cheap takeout in a tiny apartment that belonged to both of us. I regret that I sold myself before I even knew who I was. Now my oldest daughter is 2 years younger than I was when I met my husband, and the thought of her being with a man twice her age makes my stomach churn. I look at her, so young, so full of life, and I can't imagine her making the same choice I did. I want to shake her. I want to warn her. I want to tell her, you don't just marry a man. You marry the imbalance. You marry the expectations. You marry that quiet debt that will never fully be repaid. But I don't say it, because I know when I was her age, no one could have told me in a way that would make me listen. And now, as I lie awake at night in the quiet of my well-furnished home, I feel the shadow of that choice lurking behind every luxury, every comfort, every laugh. It's a debt that never sleeps, a presence that follows you from the bedroom to the breakfast table, from birthday parties to family vacations. And the creepiest part? It will follow me and her forever.
Sometimes the darkest secrets hide right under your nose, in the place you think is safest, your own home. You won't find what I'm about to share on the internet because I don't want it traced back to me or anyone I'm talking about. Trigger warning: this involves terrible things done to children. I will hold back some details, but I need to tell this story. I decided to share it here because not only am I a fan of this platform, but I'm also grappling with something, and I hope some listeners can help me figure out my next move. I'm a 33-year-old male. I have 3 younger sisters. Before I can remember, my mom and dad split up. At the time, it was just me and my little sister, who was 14 months younger than me. When I was about 10, my mom remarried. She had only known my stepdad for 6 months before they tied the knot. I had only met him a handful of times. At first, I liked him. He always brought my sister and me cookies or candy when he visited. My sister, I'll call her Heidi, liked him too. Pretty quickly after my mom and stepdad married, they had my sister Kelly, and a few years later, Christy. Things were good for a little while. My mom and stepdad bought a house. I got my own room because I was the boy of the family. Heidi and Kelly shared a room, and baby Christy slept in my mom and stepdad's room. A few years after moving into the new house, things started to get weird. Heidi started acting differently. We weren't close, but I had known her whole life. She was 14 now. When I asked my mom, she said it was just hormones. But one day, I noticed a red mark on Heidi's arm peeking from under her long sleeves. I grabbed her arm and she winced. Lifting her sleeve, I realized she had been cutting herself. I told my mom, and she dismissed it, saying, "It's just for attention. Teen girls go through stuff like that. Just make sure she's not cutting the long way." I was shocked, but nothing came of it. A few months later, I woke in the night to the sound of Heidi throwing up. Then she ran to the bathroom again. I told her to stay away from me. I didn't want whatever she had. That should have stood out more, but it didn't. Fast forward a week or so, my mom was yelling through the house that Heidi had to get an abortion. They demanded she name the boy. That night, when the house was quiet, I asked Heidi. She burst into tears. "It's our stepdad, you idiot!" I saw red. How could I not have noticed? I'll fast forward to the aftermath. The creep stepdad had abused all my sisters, even the baby. At first, my mom didn't believe them, but I went to the cops with proof.
He was prosecuted. He had also been cooking meth in our basement and selling to a local motorcycle gang. When I say unbelievable, I mean it. Truth here is far worse than fiction. He eventually got only 14 years in prison. That's not nearly enough. Evidence, photos, videos, everything proved his crimes. The DA prioritized the meth buyers over justice for the girls. He got out a few years back. He lives not far from the house where 2 of my sisters and my mom still live. I started taking revenge. At first, small things. Ordering pizzas to his house, putting his info on the Scientology website. Then I escalated. I took out credit cards in his name, shopped online, and sent items to random addresses so it couldn't be traced to me. I posted his info on 4chan, told the story, and let people run with it. I called the cops as a concerned neighbor. I called every job he got to warn them he was a child molester. But none of it felt enough. I want him gone completely. Lately, I've considered outing him to the motorcycle club. Back during his prosecution, he had information on their illegal dealings that could link him to them. I know they would care to know he betrayed them. I didn't post this anywhere public because I don't want armchair detectives figuring out who I am. But I'm sharing it here because I need perspective. I need to know how to feel like I've done enough to balance the scales of what he did to my family. Even as I write this, the shadow of him lingering nearby, in the town where my family lives, chills me. The thought that someone so evil walks freely, breathing the same air, while my sisters and I continue to live with the scars he left, it keeps me awake at night. The line between justice and vengeance blurs, and I'm trapped in it, haunted by what I did, what I might do, and what will never be enough.